Good morning, everybody. Southeast Louisville awaits us today. I'm gonna loop back up Rudy Grady a little bit here and do another pass. I seem to remember last time it needed a little bit more cleaning up. You ever liked anything about these backyards? Don't know if y'all can hear that. That is the sound of somebody scratching something in the general this way direction. somebody mouth breathing to my left. Are they in this unit? Are they in the neighbors? I have no idea. And you know what? I'm not awake enough to care right now. I'm not even going to challenge it. It's not worth it just to get a peek in the backyard. I don't care. I have better things to do than put myself at needlessly at risk when I'm not awake yet. Oh, there he is. Better out than in, I always say. If Pizza World had roof access, we could see over the edge of these tall fences and at least get eyeballs in part of the backyards. But we don't, so there we go. Turn around back here. Check the other side. These are a little bit afield of Rudy Grady. This is on the other side of a walled fence, but in theory it should have been emptied already, minus a few stragglers, like that guy over there. Sounds like about 3 door slappers in those units to the left there. Nothing overly intimidating there. An unknown number to the right, I'm not worried about that right now. Just cared about what's to my left. See, anybody who's slapping anything over here to the left, as long as they're not outdoors and mobile, they're probably stuck where they're at and won't even get activated if we're going back and forth down Rudy Grady. Care mostly about Rudy Grady as a supply line for the moment. Ooh. Multi-story brick apartment right there. I definitely haven't spawned that in yet. So that's a masked zombie source potentially right there. We're going to keep our distance from it for the moment. With minimal work, we could probably set up a bombing site right here in the parking lot of American Tire. In fact, yeah, I'm going to do that minimum work. Fall back a little bit, get these guys out of the way. This is where we were looting just near the end of last stream. So everything to my right should be, if not clear, minimal. Just dealing with foot mobiles on the ground for now. Don't get any closer to that building yet. If I was going to turn this area to a bombing site, we would wipe out these trees in the corner here. That's LSU up there, is it? No. No, we're way too far north for that. No, that's just some dudes, outdoor running track. Oh, part of the high school. Yeah, it's okay. See, I see some sort of, educational facilities track, and I'm just like immediately, oh, LSU. No, it's not. We're way too far away for that. Oi. Lady, over here. I'm not the only one not awake yet. Let me check our local van here. Not working. Let's take a torch. Fine. Almost all those trees at that corner are, I could one-shot them with the wood axe. And that's exactly what I'm about to do. Command, how's it going this morning? We're, getting started, with a little bit of warm-up, and also, big old 4-story apartment building over there. Potential source of zombies. The last big multi-story apartment building we looked at didn't have anybody in it, but maybe this one will be different. moving 3 cars out of the way, we've got ourselves a nice, wide, drivable circular radius around a big old street light right here. That looks to me like a lovely bombing site. Oh, none of this hood-to-hood stuff, of course. Do it hood to trunk, like God intended over here. I don't even have to bring this very far. Or I'm just gonna make it parallel park instead of perpendicular park. That's all we gotta do. This step fan, I'll just take it around the other side. We might want to loot this American Tire. I don't see myself hurting for vehicle parts right now, but free vehicle parts would threaten me with a good time. A storage unit right here too. That would be the second time I've looked at it and forgot about it. That's alright, it's not going anywhere. And we're progressively clearing everything around it. I have a feeling that the school itself here might be another big source of zombies, just like this apartment building might be. If we spawn in both of them at once, we might be in for a rather big one. So I'm glad I'm clearing plenty of space. Absolutely. We've still only done a little bit of drifting on this character in terms of race car drifting. We've done a lot more drifting from location to location, but I'm all in support of double entendres. In fact, it's a skill issue if it's only double. Alright. Let me just get this last bit nudged out of the way here. Do I need to? No. Do I want to? Yeah. Alrighty. Grab one remote pipe bomb, or remote controller linked to the bomb. Right click, arm and set remote pipe bomb. Alright, time code, we're at 20 minutes in. I can remember that. Who knows, maybe I'm over preparing again. But I get the feeling that this apartment building to my left is not going to be a big disappointment. Also, this stupid little tree right here. Let's just explore it on foot. I just saw a frame rate drop. Oh yeah, that's a Louisville building right there. Yeah, it is. Okay, we're in business, boys. We're in business. One shot this friggin' tree. How dare it damage me. Alright, wood axe get put away. Lights bar. Hit him with your phasers. Meet and bite. Ooh, getting a lot of neighbors from across the street too. Are we okay. I don't know if I can handle 3 buildings at once, but here's 2. If this one's gonna spill, we just got close enough to make sure it will. Oh, another ambulance. What do you think, boys? Does the fleet need another ambulance? We'll see. It's going to take a little bit of loop back on these narrow roads here to actually get everybody out of that building and onto this side of it. That's what I'm talking about. That's a party. You're the only one who just noticed a huge tone shift here. The large amount of slow ones coming from the left tells me that we're getting close to finishing emptying the building. Not there yet, but we're getting closer. The more fast ones coming from the left, the less done it is emptying. But we can now officially loot back, which means we're approaching critical mass. Yeah, okay. We got our first group here. It's a nice sizable group. I don't think we've hit the shadow zombie threshold yet. I'm okay with that. Hey, VTSS, good morning. Yeah, we're getting started pretty hard this morning. I drove up past American Tire here on Rudy Grady Boulevard in Louisville, and I noticed a large building that hadn't been spilled yet, and I decided it's time to remove. Ladies and gentlemen, we have critical mass. Sitting at 63 rounds for cleanup. We shouldn't need that, right? We should be able to make it so that there's way less than 63 left to shoot when we're done. If anybody wasn't here a little bit ago, we got our bomb placed right here, highlighted tile, slightly left to center. And now we just turn this crescent moon into a blob. And the next thing you know, they all go boom. boosting speed a little bit while we take this corner, because we want them moving in the general this-away direction. All right, let's measure. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's perfect. So from the street light to this curb, everything gets wiped out. So that's our imaginary radius we can go by. Oh, we do have shadow zombies. So we must have just exceeded 500 by a little bit. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Finger on the trigger. One hard turn, 10 miles an hour. And all the way up to the curb. Ah, a little chunk on the edge. Way less than 60 though, right? Alright, time to clean up. Yeah, I definitely missed a tail end there. We'll call that about 80%, something like that. The school isn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Okay, then. Interesting. Still got fast shamblers of that quantity coming out. What's going on there? I wonder. I'm going to do a little circle around this fence. I might be able to turn this fence into a shooting gallery. I'm seeing a lot of trees, though. I'm not liking it. Yeah, way too many trees. I'm not a big fan. We got really close to this building, but it doesn't look like it's built very much. Ah, we're on Broadway. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I'm just going to kind of turtle from this direction for now. This is a pistol caliber, by the way. I feel the need to remind myself that every once in a while when I nail those long-distance shots like that. So, I mean, a pistol caliber. At that distance. At this time of year. Localized entirely within my Louisville. Yeah, we're not going to be able to clean this up with 63 bullets. That's okay. Outdoor slow shambling foot mobiles can be sorted. These guys behind the fence will plink them. That is unacceptable. Too many of them coming from all the way back here. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Are we unstable? Yes, we are. Bro's about to get unstable. Come out of that tree. No tree zombies allowed. We remove tree fairies with extreme prejudice. "27 shots. It's a bit of a lopsided group, but honestly, we got, like, a pretty good extent on both sides of the blast radius. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I mean, really. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was only on the street side, which, I mean, threatened me with a good time. I like clean streets. I was planning on giving up on this street, but I still got a little drivable spot. Now, look at all that. Look at all that. It's not like I don't think I need another pipe bomb, but I also definitely can't clean all that up with the carbine alone. What are our other weaponry right now? I'm probably going to pull out the M16 for that. That would be an easy win. Took a few hits in the trunk, so the carbine's going in my backpack instead. M16 onto back. Let's take 2, 3, 4 magazines. And let's... Where the fuck did these guys come from? A bunch of fast shamblers out of nowhere. I won't have to tolerate your existence. Swords in need to be sharpened too. Oh, that is that's a cavalcade right there. Cavalcade of bullshit. Alright, we'll have to step on it for this so we won't lose daylight. I suspect we've got a mix of leftovers and just people who never made it out of the school to join the party. I believe the M16 was full when we started. Yes. 7 shots. I'm just gonna, yeah, plink them as they come in. Just shot my own truck. I just shot my own truck. May you never learn the fear of bullets striking metal. Always clear your backdrop, boys. Clear your fucking backdrop. God damn. That is not a good sound. Did I just run out of battery? I did. Let it never be said I don't have my bad days. That's more like it. 716 of mine looking like 19. Truly a long one for today, for my character at least. That is, Daniel, how's it going? We've had an interesting start today, but we've already killed close to 1,000 zombies. I'm okay with it. 500 from the pipe bomb, and God knows how many for the cleanup. I didn't bother trying to count. I don't even know if I'll fix up the ambulance. It was right in front of me, so we're going back to the gas station outside of the hospital. You know what? Oh, no, he's still... Okay. Thought he was going to get up. I was going to let him because otherwise I'm going to have to move that corpse later. Alas. Your light bar will make a fine addition to my collection. Somehow we're right on time for bed here. What was the battery for this one? No bother grabbing the battery for the other one, because that is a wreck. I don't even know if I'll fix it up. I just picked it up, so I wanted to. Have a quick bite to eat. Give her something real nice, because she's earned it. And we're actually right on time for bed. Don't let the add-a-gas signs fool you. Every single pump here has got fuel in it. I have no idea why those signs spawned. I guess somebody just didn't want to sell any gas. And I do believe we put a steel sheet, or several, into this one? Yes. We'll have to weld a bit of a repair onto the back of our primary truck here, if we want to continue using the trunk of it. I am just glad that I did not damage my light bar when I shot my truck. Shouldn't have done that. Back to 93 in the trunk. I can put my M16 away now. And this one needed a replacement window. Everything except the gurney and the oxygen tanks. Actually, oxygen tanks will fit. Perfect. Never played DayZ. It does sound like Project Zomboid at home. What was the other one? Humanid Z. What could go wrong with storing oxygen tanks right next to the stove? As long as you're not putting it directly on top of it, right? Let's just leave most of the medical supplies here. We'll be going back and forth past this place many times in the future, so no shame in leaving supplies here. This base is placed directly on one of my supply lines, so just to keep the satchel and the duffel, of course. We're all about collecting those bags here. Got about 1 hour to cook off. Spiffo plush is, that's one challenge right there. Are you going for the regular or the big Spiffo? Because there's one of each out there. I have found big Spiffo several times. I have found regular Spiffo once, and only once that I know of. I suppose it wouldn't hurt right now if we just take a roll down Lady Kiss here, take a right on William, because otherwise the entire radius around the General Hospital should be clear. So if we just take a right on William right here and link that up with Rudy Grady, then we've got a, again, theoretically, another street confirmed secure. All theory until we actually get there. Yeah, William up here, I should have done a bit of a strong number on it from this side, at least. The further we go this way, though, the less certain I am. Oh, this just hooks directly up to Rudy Grady. Yes, okay. Hey, you know what? Propane van. And an ugly. What's up, ugly? Ugh. Well, there's a generator magazine back here. Chalk this van up, this bright blue one, Knob Creek Gas and Electric, as another potential source of generator magazine. I was hoping for propane personally, but I'll take some duct tape, rope, steel sheet, generator magazine, and nothing really of nothing the rest of that I don't care about. Some dude's lunch. Yeah, I'll take a cinnamon roll and a granola bar. Any day of the week. Okay. Put a couple green arrows on there. More or less confirmed secure. It's close enough to cleared territory on both sides, so it's really just the north. And we already took a peek at the north just earlier here. We were out here on foot before the pipe bombing earlier. But that is a dead end, even for the street. Zippy Mart. This building with the beige brick up here, the U-shaped building, I do not know if we ever got anywhere near that one. So I'm not risking that yet. Um, but I think that's just right around the corner from this one here. This one here is the one that we just dealt with. Let me, it's a 4-story apartment building. So I'll put a skull for each floor. And we'll cross out the first two because we've wiped out the first two. It's all coming together. This is more than 4 stories. This is a much taller building. Let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the U-shaped building is only 4? Is it? Actually, it's just 3. But I do not know if we've even spawned in the ground floor. I don't think we have. There's way too many intact windows. So unless it's an anomaly, we have not spawned in the U-shaped building yet. And I think it's the same for both of these. These are definitely more than 2 stories. I don't know why I only put 2 skulls on them. That was a long time ago. We'll take a look at those 2 later on. Otherwise, it is right about bedtime here. Keeping my distance from the U-shaped building there. Couple zombies there. Alright, second bedtime is a go. I have to step away briefly IRL, and then we will get started with tomorrow. Tomorrow we will need to... Well, we'll see what the weather is really quick. Anything negative. Nothing inclement. Looking good out here. Alright, I'm going to have our girl chill for a moment. I will be right back. And got several tasks. I'm going to have to consider the order in which to execute them. Otherwise, I'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Alrighty. I'm not going to eat too deep into my local food supplies here. It's a little bit extra butter. We don't need to have that sitting around here. We're going to check the map first. We've done a pretty lovely number on North Louisville here and the northeast. The southeast is this area here. Lots of residential, and I mean lots of residential. The music has died. Can give it a kick to get it to come back here. Let me, you know what? We'll give it a kick, but we might not find enough zombies, so I'll just put on my playlist. We are out of 45 ACP. I'm going to go back to Butcher. Butcher is, I mean, it's at the end of this road. It's what we've been clearing it for. To have easy access to both Jericho and Butcher. I recall leaving a corpse in this road. Why I don't have the... you must be new here, buddy. We've got lots of farms. One of them is growing at the moment. Currently active is kale, onions, mostly garlic. Garlic is one of those ones we planted last year and is going to finish growing probably in a couple months. It's March 25th right now. The biggest crop I'm interested in right now is sunflowers, which we cannot plant until April. So we're 5-6 days out from that. Hey Kitty, good morning, how's it going? We've got some fun stuff today. Very fun stuff, like securing supply lines. We've already done a bombing once. It was a over 500 bombing. Corpse pile is right on up here somewhere. Get out of my road. We'll have no corpses in my roads, walking or otherwise. I think the entirety of this group was residential. There was a little bit coming out of the high school, but I had to clear out the rest of that by hand. We've had stragglers over here for a while now. I don't know if I'm ready to go indoors. Not yet. I'd prefer to make quite a lot of noise outdoors first. Drag anybody out who wants to come out. Pretty apartments here. Much prettier than the other apartments we've been hitting recently. But of course, it's all still residential loot. There's hardly any need for going in a building of that scale for residential loot. I would sooner go across the street in one of these billions of townhouses if I was going for residential. Speaking of farms, we actually did completely loot our, whatchamacallits, over here, this gardening shop, one of the few in Louisville. the storage unit here. I staged a step van that we found in the area over back here, and I could either load it up with stuff from the storage unit or from the vehicle parts store right here, the American Tire. So I'm just going to leave it there for now while I think about that. I would like to check what is beyond you store it in this direction. This looks to be a kid's shop. However, what you might also find here, you might find... Oh, no, it's not a shop. It's a... Oh, it's like a daycare. Or a, looks like an industrial scale play place like you would find at McDonald's. Except the kind that you would have to pay to bring your kids to, so you wouldn't have to deal with the people who hang out there for free. Damn it, I can't get a shot on her. I can see her, but I can't shoot her. That's a very awkward angle.
Hey!
Nope, she decided to start hitting the door. At least I know where she is. Can I get to her directly from this way? That's the door. No doors to my left, right? No, okay. Well, in for a penny. Boop. The kitchen. What kind of foodstuffs? Ketchup. Jam. The radar, sir. It appears to be jammed. Bucket. Sponge. This is a bucket. Dear God. There's more. No. Oh, we got like how many of these? We've got 4 sets of 9. You know, I've never actually had like so many sets of these little play rugs. Can I actually mix and match all the colors? Can I make it so that we've got a blue only rug? I've got to test. I've got to test it now. Do we have enough rugs for that? This is the kind of kid I was, by the way. If I saw mismatched colors, I would try to match them. Some things never change. Nah, see, they don't. You can't rotate them, and they don't. It doesn't match, so it's not gonna go the way I want it. If you could rotate these, that would be a big difference. But the game doesn't really do a good job at making it so that you can rotate anything, if that makes sense. There's only certain things you can rotate, and everything else. Even though you would think that all it has to do is just rotate the texture, right? This is just a 2D texture. All you have to do is a 90 degree angle. But that's asking too much of a very specific engine like this one. Yeah, I don't know. No point in continuing with that. The gym mats, on the other hand, I actually do kind of like having these as big base decorations. They used to be much more lightweight. They used to only weigh half an encumbrance point. That's been nerfed. And the reason that it's a nerf is because these are... Wait, what? Place in a tent to increase its sleeping comfort. What? That didn't used to be a thing. Does that stack with sleeping bags? I've got to find out. I'm stealing one of these gym mats. The other two are, well, they're too heavy now. They're a little too heavy to just pick up for no reason. What is this? 3 of the Mr. Zoids and 3 of the Boom Machines. They've made these weigh a lot more. They weigh twice as much. These used to only weigh 20 encumbrance. Now they weigh as much as a fridge. So I would have to put a lot of effort into moving them if I wanted to steal them. I don't have any room in any of my vehicles right now, so it's not happening. well, there are several step vans in the area I can steal those with. So if we feel like going into a base decoration mode later, we can do it. Dude, now that we've gotten the high school tentatively cleared out, that's pretty much everything. Because Louisville Expo Center, even though we haven't like fully explored it, we've been in and out and around it. We did a pipe bombing right here. Well, no, it wasn't even a pipe bombing. This was a we did a shotgun execution at this corner right here, and that wiped out a good solid chunk of the Louisville Expo Center. And the fossil oil field, we handled that a long time ago. We handled that when we were still at the Cozy Box up here. So now that the high school is actually cleared, we've got it's this chunk right here on Lewis and Clark, and that's basically it. For all of well, every time I say that, we look at this and we see, oh, look at that unexplored territory right there, which means foot mobiles all over the place outside, unknown numbers inside. So, you know, it's not like I've completely cleared the Northeast. A lot more progress on it than I have had in the past, though. Now, okay, so I know that I was talking about we're doing Southeast today. I know that I was kind of saying that earlier. I didn't put it in the stream title, did I? No. I just said Louisville. Bro's getting unstable in Louisville. So I kept it nice and generic for today. There is going to be quite a few foot mobiles outdoors in this unexplored little chunk here. Guaranteed. Everything in and around the Expo Center is going to be pretty populated. But nothing has changed for the immediate moment. Our destination is still Butcher. We got to get up here to the gas station and get some food because we've been eating non-perishables for like half a day now, and that's no good. That's a failure of planning right there. I've got massive fridges full of perishables that I need to be eating through. Non-perishables are for when I'm not eating through perishables. Which is probably never going to happen for the rest of this character's life because we have enough perishable food to feed an army. Excuse me. And here we are, home sweet home at Butcher. You know, now that okay, in the trunk of the fire truck, I've actually got a couple of stop signs. Let's get a couple more and put them into one of my RTB vehicles. If for no other reason than I'm tired of turning that corner and feeling like I might bump into one of these. We are the local municipal authority now. We do not need to abide by the old authority system's stop signs. I hereby decree that stop signs are only necessary at intersections that I deem worthy. I believe this other fire truck was designated RTB, which means stop signs go in there along with this other decorative furniture. There's another jerry can we found. We're up to 3 now. I really want to get a 4th so that we can have one for each of my generators back at Jericho. Because then we've got public service announcement, of course. These used to be 10 liters, despite weighing 4 encumbrance. So they used to be completely useless. But now they are twice as much storage as a gas can. So if you have one for each of your generators, you're basically just, you got twice as much gas on standby to refill it with. I'm totally here for that. Not a lot of room left in this truck, but we'll use up the rest of it so that we can at least say that it's full of stuff that's ready to go back. Beautiful. My livestock. Okay, so we're not really supposed to be keeping livestock at a field base. This is a field base. It's a forward position. My actual primary power center for the area is this grocery store here. I call it Jericho because there's no label on it. And this little diamond shape right here. We converted some dude's backyard into a barn, or like a walled pasture, and then the house we converted into a barn. That's where we've got all of our livestock for the area, but we do have... Did I do something with them? We had 2 sheep here. Oh no, they're still there. They are around the corner. Still have not unlocked that door. I'm gonna fix that right now. Yeah, all 3 of the sheep riding behind this. So 1, 2, 3 Suffolks back here. This is just a very, very, very ghetto little animal containment area that I converted from a dumpster area. There's actually a way in and out if I rotate the table. Rotate the table, and that is a ghetto barn door. I don't know why I can't... I mean, look at the sheep. I can just barely see the sheep until I go over here. Not sure why that's going on, but whatever. At some point, when we do a supply run going back to my main base area, we'll load up one of these animal trailers with those sheep and bring them home with us. As you can see, we've got a lot of assets here. And those sheep are not exactly high priority assets. In fact, they're pretty low. We have lots of sheep already down there. None of them are Suffolks. Suffolks are valuable for their meat more than anything. Duct tape goes into bomb making bag, and adhesive tape goes into golf bag for the filter recharging. Golf bag is actually full now. Interesting. I might need to cycle some of the supplies out of it. That is a concern for later. We have so many critical magazines that they are bed sheets now for us. I shall put this generator magazine over here on this side. Battery. Everything else is mostly kitchen. Twine belongs some in the bomb making bag here. We've been running a deficit of scrap electronics back at my main base, so any surplus I find out here is going to go back with us. Hello, inventory please, there you go. We should have some salads already in the fridge. Oh wow, look at all that. I forgot I had 10 salads right directly in the fridge. That's actually not good. That is, that's a lot of salads that are going to go bad sooner rather than later if I don't eat them. They've already been out there for a couple days. I'll just put these log stacks for RTB as well, because Jericho is... It might have a forest, but it also is actively spending charcoal all the time. So, onto the passenger seat with those. I always like to leave several steel sheets on the floor, of any given base that I have in the field. So if I have to do some heavy-duty work nearby and repair my truck afterwards, we'll have the assets to do so. Now these these duffel bags here are supposed to have materials in them to build one of these lovely chain link fence gates. I will probably refill those from the cozy box where I've got. Quick question, do I burn the bodies? No, why would I? Why would I ever burn the bodies? It doesn't make sense. Sure, I know you can get sick from the corpses, but why would you leave corpses next to your base? The corpses move. Lead them to where you want them to die and then kill them there. If you've killed a bunch of zombies right next to your base to the point where you can smell them, you shouldn't have did that. You shouldn't have did that. Come up with a better execution policy. If you get to a certain point, you don't need to worry about burning the bodies because they won't be a problem. They're so much easier to deal with when they move, when they're just moving while they're upright. SWAT van gets all of our empty magazines here. And our loose ammo. And this garbage bags is 1911 because it has all of my 1911 mags. That is edging us to close to being full in the trunk of this thing. 45 ACP boxes. They're coming with me. That'll take some of the pressure off along with the shotgun boxes. Hell, if I combine these 6 shotgun boxes with what's in my truck right now, I think we can carton those. No, not even close. That's fine. My bandolier really is just supposed to be 357. Because that's an even fit. 45 ACP is not an even fit. So I'll open one box, have that on standby in the backpack. It's kind of weird thinking about 45 ACP as my rifle platform when it's a handgun. It's handgun platform for the most part, but right now that's the world I'm living in. The carbine is it's not a rifle, but it almost feels like one if I close my eyes and dream hard enough. I'll take it. Paratroopers have done a hell of a good job with with the exact same kind of thing. If the 101st Airborne can make good of a the hell was it, M1A1 carbine, then yeah, I can do it with a trapper carbine. Opening box of 357 before I forget again. There we go. And I do believe I can put the shovel away now. Okay, main truck is organized. We brought home the sun balls, and I never did anything with it. Does it need a battery charger? Most likely. There is gas in the tank, that's good. Does anybody else over here need a battery charger? Yes, of course they do. This one is a part donor, a perfect part donor. Look at all those 100%s. You see those big, bright green triple-digit numbers? I love seeing those. They make me a little bit happy when I see them. Plonky Mobile is actually the only one in this lineup over here that is loaded up with base materials. Yeah, so I need to kind of separate it, because otherwise everything else in this lineup on the right here is vehicle repair related. Yeah, the if you burn zombie corpses, it will get rid of them, but with enough time, in 2 weeks, they disappear. So I mean, even if you do end up killing a bunch of them somewhere inconvenient, time will slowly fix that. We used to have a couple of piles right outside of my base here, They're long gone. I couldn't even tell you where they are now because they disappeared. Corpses are a temporary problem. I will just leave plunkies here. So I think at our current... Let me just go over my logistics situation for anybody who's not familiar, and for myself so that I can recall. We've got 5 vans on this lineup to the left. These 5 vans are ammo carriers. Nothing in the trunks of them except cartons upon cartons upon cartons of ammunition. More than I will ever be able to shoot on this character. I could spend the next week IRL shooting, and I probably would not be able to discharge every single shot before the update comes out to break my save. That would also get really boring really fast, so I wouldn't do that. It also doesn't help that I've found a superior means of destroying large quantities of zombies without ever firing a shot. I do not need guns to kill huge quantities of zombies. Oh, what? This is bad. This is very bad. So, in the glove compartment of my expedition ambulance here, there's always supposed to be a battery charger, but there's not. Because I took it out and used it somewhere, and then I forgot about it. Don't do that, folks. Don't take critical assets out of your vehicles and then use them and then forget about them. That's not good. Didn't leave it over here, did I? I would almost forgive myself if I had just deployed it somewhere locally here. But I get the sinking suspicion that I didn't. Nope. If I deployed it around here, it would have been... we would have seen it by now. Okay. Race car might have one. No, that might be the other race car. In a sensible world, of course, my race cars being as they're supposed to be towing vehicles, they would have anything necessary to repair a vehicle. I think we have enough time to just do these separate. Of course, if anybody's not familiar, after a couple of months of surviving, you start to notice that all vehicles you come across have their batteries dead. And you can fix that, just need a car battery charger. There are no jumper cables in this universe, regrettably. Now, the reason I was talking about my fleet of vehicles here is because the placement of them in the parking lot is kind of how I tell what each is purposed for. This one is vehicle parts. We'll probably actually end up filling up the trunk of this one with parts that we can use elsewhere, and then taking it home at some point. This one, just various stuff. A couple extra generators, floodlights, building materials. This one is largely welding related. Literal tons of rods. Steel sheets of varying sizes. Way more smalls than larges. I need to work on that. And this is my expedition ambulance. I have not used it as often as I would have liked. Because there's no new places to go to, right? I've been to every city on the map so far. So there's like, if I was going to a new city I hadn't been to before, this ambulance would probably be in the front lines with me, because it's got everything I need to survive indefinitely in it. SWAT van is largely loose ammo boxes, but also spare guns. Now, when it comes to vehicles being able to tow each other, anything that is on the right-hand side of this parking lot, well, kind of like an arc here, starting with this vehicle here to my race car to my primary combat truck to any one of these ambulances, they are all capable of towing a step van. So that would be either the loot van up there, the Plonky's loot van in the central top, or any one of the ammo vans. So in a perfect world, I'll have a ratio of, one step van to one vehicle capable of towing a step van. That would be an ideal situation. The only wild card to all that is that the race car can tow anything. That is the race car's niche. Hey, look, we found it. We found it. It was hiding behind my truck. Okay. Better that than just completely losing track of it. In fact, I'm actually going to start staging vehicles for tow, even though I don't intend on starting the towing jobs just yet. This cop car, did I actually... Hang on. Okay, this cop car is good to go. So, cop cars are also capable of towing... What you're looking for when it comes to towing is you've got to check your engine horsepower, and if you've got 480 horsepower or higher, so that's basically anything with a light bar on it minus a couple of exceptions. Anything with a light bar on it generally is going to have something close to that, and then you just need to make sure you've got decent, good tires and they're all pumped up with air. And then you can probably tow a step van forward, probably, as long as the tires in the step van are not garbage. This thing needs some gas, though. I don't need to be shy with loading up gasoline from the pumps over here, because once I'm done with this area, we will have no incentive to come back to this particular gas station. Because basically this is one of the farthest to the northeast. There's no reason we'll be driving through this area to get to something farther in that direction, so once we're done with this place, we are very done with it. Up like that, right? Nope. 42.19, the latest build, has started messing with towing specifics. So that's the angle that you can hook up from. Not good enough. You've got to be at a pretty straight angle, and you can no longer hook up hood to trunk, or sorry, hood to hood. Do I have a plan for when I run out of gas? Okay. Run out of gas. That is a very difficult thing to do on default settings. In theoretically, you could do it. That would probably... I seriously doubt that would ever happen before I have already explored everything I would ever want to explore, and at that point, I'm literally just going to... I have no other choice. I have to do everything on foot, because there are no alternative fuels. If you're interested... I did write a very long, detailed dissertation on how you should be able to, emphasis on should, be able to make your own gas in this game. It was a very, very old post. I posted this before B42 came out, but I actually am so proud of it that I think it's still entirely relevant. Like, at the time, we didn't even know how the liquid system was going to work for B42. But I predicted it would work a certain way, and for the most part, it does. Now, the one exception is, of course, the liquid system does not actually have the ability for a liquid to spoil yet. That has not been implemented. When it does get implemented, the devs have already more or less confirmed that gasoline spoilage is coming. So running out of gas is not necessarily going to be... It's not going to happen for almost anybody, ever. You're not going to run out of gas. It's just that all the gas that exists in the world, after a certain point, is going to go bad. Because gas does go bad. It doesn't last forever. We are currently 1 year, 8 months, and 26 days into the apocalypse. 28 days into the apocalypse, the entire global supply chain was completely gone. So within 28 days of the first 28 days of this game, there is no more gasoline being produced anywhere on the planet. So yeah. Now, in my little dissertation there, when I wrote it, I had not yet been here to Louisville before, so I had not yet explored the the gas to go and fossil oil refinery parks up here. Everything between this road, 5th Street, and the river here, all of these structures are gasoline refineries. That's a lot of real estate dedicated to something that doesn't currently do anything. So, will it do something someday? I don't know. But in a world where we're going to have gasoline spoilage, it would certainly be very fair to give us a way to eventually someday make our own gasoline. Now, what do you need to make gasoline? Well, you need a lot of stuff. I outlined a lot of it in that post. And more important than the post itself is the people who came in there to discuss it. We actually had a pretty solid conversation. Guys were going in there and proposing things using real-life precedent. There are people, apparently in Syria, if I recall, there are people in Syria right now who are producing, I don't know if I would call it modern gasoline, but something that can work like modern gasoline without advanced tools and refineries. They're just doing it, they've got the petrol, they've got the raw petrol, so they're converting it into something that can actually go into a modern vehicle. Of course, it is a very risky proposition, and if it was going to be in a video game like this, it would need to be, there'd need to be an entire separate skill set for it. So that's a can of worms that I don't know if the devs are ready to go down. That is surprisingly a perfect fit. We're at 168.9 out of 169. I am very glad that we did that. So, this is my vehicle parts carrier. We've loaded up with vehicle parts, so that's another EMS vehicle that is good to go. I'm putting it in the lineup. Now, we're not actually going to execute the transfer of any of these vehicles today. Probably not even this stream. I don't have any incentive to close up shop here yet. But when I do, I'm ready. We've got our supply line cleared. That is the most important part. I am going to eliminate some trees here so that I can more easily drive around. I need to be able to get through there. It's not like me to block my own roads. Now, on the flip side, this particular load right here, the fire truck and Plonkies, these two vehicles are completely loaded with RTB stuff that is not valuable to me in the field. Anything in both of these vehicles needs to go back to Jericho because it's something that I don't need immediately out here in the field. So, first time here. Good luck with the stream, mate. Oh yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. We've been streaming for a little while. We have not lost a character in well over a year, so I like to imagine that it's we don't need luck, but of course we always do. We always do. The moment you think you don't need luck is when it starts going wrong. Here's my wood axe. There you are. So I just need to be able to drive around our staged vehicles here. So to do that, make it easier for myself, choppy chop. There you go, chop chop. There we go. So it's kind of hard to see, but there is another tile to drive on now in the directly adjacent to the fence. So I can still go around this nice and easily. Now, I don't think any of the other ambulances are ready to go just yet. Maybe they could be made to be ready. Let's take a look. Expedition ambulance does not need to be filled up completely. And welding ambulance is like already 70-80%. Secondary construction ambulance is 95%. So into the lineup it goes. Basically, if anybody's not familiar, we're just staging it so that vehicles that can tow a vehicle are going to be parked and left in front of the vehicle that they'll be towing when we do our next base transfer. Just back it up just a little further so I have more room. And I mean, I suppose I should keep in mind the police car here has not been loaded with loot. Yeah, the police car is completely empty. So we're actually we're not going to use that yet. I'll park the police car somewhere where I can be loading it up with loot here. The welding ambulance, we can probably get it filled up. I just need to bring it on over here, and let's actually take, because we have some empty duffels here that need to be put together as gate bags. From the trunk of the race car, we happen to have 8 iron pipes. So there's the starter of another gate bag. Gate bags, by the way, if anybody's not familiar, just a duffel bag full of materials to instantly build one of these things. Extremely valuable things. I love those gates. So I literally have duffel bags put together with the materials to make them. They're just that good. The materials being a welding torch, 8 iron pipes, half a stack of dub rods, welding rods, half a spool of wire. We have a full spool right here. And then 4 hinges. We are currently unhinged. I think we have some spares indoors here. We have 1 right here. Of course, in Louisville, if you need hinges, zombies have a tendency to annihilate your local doors, so you need only look around. You will find hinges. You'll go from unhinged to hinge very quickly. Hey, look, there's a hinge on the ground. Always be careful with these security doors. If I closed that, I would be locking myself in. Forgot the Zeds never actually broke any of the doors back here, so maybe not. I could go upstairs, but then that would spawn in another 1,000 zombies or so. Not interested in that at the immediate moment. There we go. So this is 1 gate bag completed right here. Right? Hang on. We are missing scrap metal. We've got tons of that still in the ambulance, so everything but scrap metal. I'm going to gather 4 more hinges for the other gate bag. I pulled this off of a zombie a long time ago. Back when there were tons of corpses over here. Three out of 4 on the second one. Thankfully, we do not need any doorknobs to make these gates. The wooden gate, the wooden gates, the big wooden gates, you do need doorknobs if you want those. Now, I do got to keep in mind before I leave this area. These are storage units in the base of this apartment building here. We've already looted this side, but the other side we never actually broke our way in. So before we're done here, potential loot just right across the street. Can't be running around all the time and not be body heat generating. I'll take my heavy stuff off for a moment. I don't know if the zombies actually broke any doors in here. I don't think they did. Yeah, no, this place is entirely intact. Sammy's is definitely not. Yeah, more hinges down here. I can make my own hinges if I went all the way back to Jericho and got my blacksmithing station. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of travel. Sooner just collect locally resourced stuff. Speaking of locally sourced, we have taken the loot that I want from this place. There is tons of loot that I don't immediately need. Ah, more hinges. The scrap metal I was talking about is in... Oh, in Plonkies. Yes, okay. Or is it? Who in the absolute hell had my scrap metal? It must have been in the secondary base building. Of course it was. Alright. 2 scrap metal for the current bag. Just get 2 more and then some for the road. Okay. Beautiful. So this gate bag right here that I now have in my hand, as you can see, I am now capable of building a double wire fence anytime, any place. So this one is now assembled, and the other one we should actually have all the materials, except for the spool of wire. Yeah, I do not think we actually have a spool of wire. So we'll be able to get close to having a second one, but not quite yet. We don't have the pipes either. Yeah, so we'll barely have enough. We'll barely have a second one here. I can get it started. That's about it. Now, we could finish assembling the rest of these gate bags relatively easily if we drove up to the, what's it called? Drove up the road. This is not a multiplayer server. I'm not moving bases yet, but we're basically just getting ready for when we will need to. Yeah, we're not at that point yet, but when we will be, we've got ourselves set up that we could do it very easily when that time comes. It's more like it. We've got a little bit more room in the trunk now. And the trunk is exclusively welding related. Now, if we were going to go stop by the Cozy Box, we would have more assets there that need to be exfiltrated. But most of it needs to go to Jericho, so most of it does not actually... Yeah, most of it is not actually relevant to setting up operations here for movement. These might be done charging by now. 98, 83. You know what? That's good enough. It'll get vehicle started. That's all I care about for now. I just want to get those batteries off the charger and get the chargers back where they belong. Otherwise, I will forget about them again. So one charger into the primary combat truck, other charger into the expedition ambulance. Probably stick this generator into the expedition ambulance. Yeah, well, that's that would be a question for your local city councilman. What is my taxpayer dollars going to if we don't have enough ambulances in the fleet? I think we... not quite, no, I don't think we have enough room for this. Generator is 40. I would need to... Well, if I get rid of this backpack of 45 ACP magazines, which I've already kind of declared that I'm not going to be using that particular collection of items. It's so much faster to just shove bullets into the magazines while working with them than it is to... I'll put the empty mag bag somewhere else. Perhaps. Maybe? Yeesh. SWAT fan is actually pretty full. Okay. I'll just put it somewhere nice and visible, like on the floor right here. Otherwise, we're coming right on up to our bedtime here. Let me refill my water, eat my last salad. Put my warmer gear back on now that we're not running around in circles anymore. The wood axe belongs to the fire truck. I can make more wood axes, but the principle of the thing, we don't want to have to be forced to do that. That's unfortunate. They shouldn't be giving unfair tax breaks to certain specific businesses like that. Fire truck's looking good. Nothing overly redundant in the trunk now that we've pulled out the collection of empty magazines that we weren't using. Every 2 buckets I usually like to put on the roof, but we're good. 6 is more than enough. We don't need to make this like the cozy box, or I've got 500,000 of them up there. One of these is a standard, the other 2 are heavy duty. We'll just get those over to the vehicle lot, and then we're clear to sleep. One of them can go straight into sunballs. No need to have blood all over my axe. And 2300 is bedtime. We're only 10 minutes late. We're good. Alrighty, so. Nightmare at 110. That was mostly... We slept through most of what we were going to sleep through anyway. Let's just have a, read a magazine. Get rid of that stress. I can think of no better overnight task than, checking those, what is it, across the street, those, storage units that we haven't looked at yet. Let me get, one of my sledgehammers, and we'll go take a look. SWAT van's got a sledgy, doesn't it? Yeah. Our collection of sledgehammers is probably about somewhere close to the double digits, if you count both the red ones and the not red ones. I'm gonna go put that back right now before I forget about it. Shouldn't need it again. The indoor doors for each of the storage units are not locked. And even if they were, we could just weld them apart as opposed to having to sledge them. Now, just because it's been a very long time since any zombies could have broken their way out of here. Zero trust. I particularly dislike it when there's doors directly across the halls from each other. Because that means, especially if they're open on both sides, if I'm clearing one side, what's to stop a Zed from the other side just immediately coming over? So we clear as quickly as possible and then check the other side. This is actually... It shows, it looks like I can turn it on, but it's actually not within range of my generator. Okay, that should be everything clear. Now we can check the loot. So, newspapers. Occasionally useful if you want to make smoke bombs. Smoke bombs actually do a thing if you use them in the correct place. Smoke bombs break line of sight. If you break line of sight with zombies, they can't keep following you. So now of course you only get a 3x3 blockage, so if you throw it in the middle of the street, don't Pikachu face when the zombies are able to keep up with you, because, 3x3 is not enough to block an entire street, not even close. But you turn down an alleyway, or better yet, throw a smoke bomb at your feet when you're standing like in the front of an alleyway, and then go down the alleyway. Zombies won't know that you went down the alleyway. So you could lose a huge group of zombies just by doing that. I would probably carry around a smoke bomb with me more often if it was easier to use them on the fly. Unfortunately, you have to manually right-click and hit equip in primary hand. So already that is putting me at a huge disadvantage for quick usage. Dub torch. Chisel that's almost broken, but I'll hold on to it, I guess. But there would have been a chance for generators in any one of these, but we already came out of this place with one generator, so I don't need to be greedy. Damaged tools. All damaged. Any of the tools that I would be picking up right now, probably just going to get left here. Oh, somebody left a whole ass piano. Okay, fair enough. I don't know if pianos have been fixed yet. I am hesitant to even check, because they could become a serious problem if they're not fixed, so not interested. I'm not going to test that. Any tools that I picked up for local use, just leave them on the floor here with the others. Orange dye. I don't think I need it right now, but I don't know if you guys noticed, I enjoy orange. the helmet and my camera filter and everything. So having some dye that we could dye clothing orange would be nice if I need if the situation shows itself. A little bit of room in plonkies for that. Actually, a fishing rod would be welcome in plonkies because it is plonkies is just extended base building stuff. Light bulb. Actually need one. Oops. Now as for the supplies in my field bases like this one, when it comes time to actually break down the base, which we're not doing yet, but when we get to that point, that's when we will go through each of these containers with a fine-tooth comb and decide what we want to bring home and what can stay here. I think we've actually got a couple torches ready for a refill here. One we just found, and one we had earlier. This tank is definitely done. I'll hit refill once, and it'll probably give it a partial filling. Then we put the propane tank in the lineup with the rest of the empty ones. Regrettably, they cannot be refilled, and they never will be. That thing I posted in chat earlier, where I talk about making gasoline, propane is a byproduct of making modern gasoline. So if you can make modern gasoline using anything that I proposed in that extremely long-winded thread, then propane is no longer finite, or doesn't have to be, rather. I think the devs are kind of leaning towards, you know, from a vision standpoint, they want old world stuff, like probably including modern gasoline. They probably want that to go away completely. I sincerely hope that they have not ruled out alternative fuels, because that's what people in that thread start talking about is like biofuels and stuff like that. I think it does end up being that biofuels, like corn ethanol, stuff like that, would end up being a lower grade gasoline, but a far superior to anything we could make out of crude if we actually did locally sourced crude. I think they ended up kind of saying that locally sourced crude would be less useful to us than biofuels at that point. But we're quite far afield. None of that's going to be implemented in the base game until the devs add liquid spoilage of some sort, which will probably apply to gasoline and milk, maybe other things too. Maybe we'll see soda go flat. Who knows? The sky is the limit, especially when we're talking about how the devs can make our lives slightly more miserable. We've got 1 hour left to burn for the overnight. Let me check my map briefly here. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. course, I should have put some X's over these buildings because we wiped out the first 2 floors a long time ago. And of course, the Grand Ohio Mall over here. That was part 60 and 61, I think, where we did the lion's share of that place. It's still not 100% done in terms of, like, you know, room by room, floor by floor, building by building, but we got anything that interested me has been extracted from the place. I might be able to declare that we've reached the point of no longer needing the SWAT van parked in here. Not quite yet, though. No, not quite yet. In fact, what I'm going to do is bring the police truck in here, because the police car. The police car will be the one that tows the SWAT van someday. Until that day, we will load. Maybe I'll load spare guns into the police car. Yeah, we could do that, because there are plenty of spare guns, more than we can fit in the SWAT van. Remember, the SWAT van, even though it says SWAT on it, it's just a step van. It doesn't have a light bar. Doesn't have any advanced engine power. It is literally just a step van with the word SWAT on it. I brought these large stones here a long time ago to break them. No, not to break them. To chisel them. Little obnoxious to fast forward like that, but necessary. So what I did is I made 2 small wheels and 2 large wheels. At some point I will probably turn those into spare grindstones and carry them forward with me. Grindstones, how you sharpen your blades real quick. Very useful for once you start getting into axes and swords everywhere you go. Now, we just got tired, drowsy at 5 a.m. That right there tells me that I not only need to sleep, but I also need to probably drink a half coffee or something. And the game thinks it's not safe to sleep. That's, yeah, no, we're safe to sleep. I don't know where it got that. There's actually probably a zombie somewhere on the 2nd floor of either of these apartment buildings back here. Because that's not the first time we've seen that error. And I say that because it's probably up here somewhere, and it's probably seeing us every once in a while, and then, but not knowing how to get down to us or something. I don't know. That's the only explanation that I could think of. In any case, let's get food for the day, and it is foggy, so it's gonna be a little difficult to freely combat. But we'll see what we can get accomplished here. I might even still have my generator running at Butcher. I'm sorry, not Butcher, but Hospital. I need to come up with a better name for that place. It's the sometimes I'll just name it after the street. Lady Kiss sounds like a really stupid name. Let's call it Wellington. Yeah, the Wellington gas station. Generator's still running there. Doesn't need to be. I do have some assets there as well that need to be moved. If I take the race car, it'll be very easy to move them. If I take the race car, I also need to be able to move something, anything. Because the race car is the only car that can tow very, very easily. I'm just going to take one of my step vans with me then. How's about sunballs? So we'll take this one down Butcher and park it at Lady Kiss, shut down Lady Kiss, and possibly also transition something from Lady Kiss down to Jericho. Meanwhile, we will be stopping to kill anything that is walking on our streets with extreme prejudice. Race car is such a good towing vehicle that you actually have to be very careful not to go too fast. If you go too fast while trying to tow, you will, whatever it is you're trying to tow will get very damaged. It will flip out and end up getting dragged behind it like a tin can. Am I going straight there? I can't remember. Yes, I'm going straight. That is Rudy Grady. Okay. Yeah, people like this. Now, this is why I don't like fighting in even light fog. Look at my look at how wide that crosshair is. That is pathetic. It's utterly pathetic, and it's because fog, even light fog. I can still point blank them, but that's not the point. The whole point of guns is to shoot from a distance. Alright, well, I suppose if you're going to have me getting out while I'm towing a completely empty step van, we could do worse than to load it up with a couple of things from the tool shop right here. There's a couple of floodlights. It's a bandsaw. I wish I could move these. Maybe someday. You can cut things very quickly and easily with it. But as you can see, it doesn't give you the option to pick it up. I didn't think we'd see gardening stuff here. We do hear the sound of a zombie scratching something. That is most likely upstairs. Seeing as it's not that. There's actually multiple zombies scratching something. Can't tell you where the other one is, though. What? A Cheapskate John magazine in a tool shop. That is not what I was expecting. Two of them. Oh, I see which door it is. Okay. That would be the door right outside. Right seat loaded up. See if this door is even unlocked. Yep. Excellent. Always down for more floodlights. I'll never say no to these. They light my way. Those bricks can be made useful somehow. Masonry, it's so many extra steps that I'm not usually inclined to ever get involved with it. So 197 in the trunk, plenty of room for more stuff. Not too much more stuff here, though. We've parsed just about everything. Duct tape. Crucible. I wish we could use the snow shovel to actually pick up snow. Regrettably, we can't. If snow is on the floor, it's there until it melts, and not a moment sooner. Now, I believe these pallets of bricks, they weigh 30 encumbrance, I believe? Yeah, they weigh 30 encumbrance, but if you take the bricks that you get from them don't weigh anywhere close to that. Yeah, they weigh 6 encumbrance. In fact, I can literally fit all of the bricks from all 3 of these pallets into a single garbage bag. So if I wanted to do some masonry stuffs, I would have to first go get clay cement because there are no alternatives to clay cement. You would think that a store such as this, which sells bricks, would possibly sell mortar so that you can actually use the bricks, but not in this universe, not yet. There is no mortar, there is only clay cement. I hope something is changed about that, because that is kind of silly. Okay, we don't need to fill it up 100%. I will check the back room for the sake of checking it, but I don't think there's going to be too much more that we need here. More bricks. I'm always down for more bricks. Paint. Maybe later. Yeah, we'll come back for that if I actually need it. I cannot get to the box in the corner unless I move one of these boxes, so we pick up this one here, get it out of the way. Now we can at least see what's in the corner. More paint and rope, yes please. Alright, that's this whole place parsed through. And that's most of that whatchamacallit, Sunballs van filled up. That's the sound of a guy who's had enough logistics for a minute. That stuff centralized. Plenty of loot to be found left on this road, but that is not the immediate priority. Now that we have filled up most of what we're carrying with us, there will be plenty of opportunities to take stuff from this road. It is a major supply line after all. Hey, Torrent. Yes, we're in Louisville. This is where we were last time as well. Currently, we are in, let's just say east. We're east of center. Heading south, so by the time we get to this turn, we'll be in probably definitively southeast LD. Yeah, here it is. This is our turn. This to my left. If you go far enough to my bottom left-hand corner of the screen there, you'll be in the Central Park area of Louisville. That's kind of where we're at right now. And here is Wellington. Here's Wellington, and we now have 3 vehicles full of loot here. Quote-unquote full, close enough. Sunballs, Smart Cut, and one of these ambulances. The other ambulance is a fixer-upper. But if I fix the fixer-upper, then we've got 2 vehicles, and 2 vehicles to tow each of those vehicles. One thing that I've realized over the years here is that it is easier to, if you're going to repair a vehicle from the ground up, it's easier to bring that vehicle with you to the donor vehicles that you find out in the world than it is really to just collect a bunch of donor vehicles. That would be what I would spend the rest of the day doing as long as we have fog, but is it clearing up? It might start clearing up in the next hour, and if it doesn't, then it's probably going to be all-day fog. It's already close to 1,300 hours. Usually by the time you get to this point, if the fog's not gone, then it's not going to be gone until the evening. Come on now. The latest patch has really made it annoying to try to hook up at different angles. See, the devs said that they removed unusual physics responses from hooking up at bad angles. But what they really just did is remove bad angles. Now you just can't hook up your vehicle if it is at a bad angle. But whatever. I never even looked at the engine quality of this thing. I just assumed it's nice and high, because it is a wreck, and that's usually how this works. Now that step van right there I wanted to use at some point later, so we'll start with this truck. Well, that's what I would do. I don't have my vehicle tools with me, do I? Pretty good stuff on this. Would you believe me if I told you the the overgrowth system used to be way more dense than it is now? It used to be incredibly dense. It has been lightened up a little bit. Just gonna check around really quick for any tools, and if I don't find any, we'll source some elsewhere. Lug wrench. That's half the equation. If I find a jack, we're done. How are the parts on this thing? Good, really good tires. However, tires are not really what I need. What I really need more than anything are just Glassworks. If I get Glassworks, then the tires, brakes, and suspensions can be dealt with back at my other base. Chassis work too. We can take the doors and the hood and whatnot. I think I must have dropped the other muffler on the ground. Do new trees ever start growing direct? No. So the way the wilderness overgrowth system works is it stops after a certain point. It stops by default in vanilla. It's 200 days. After 200 days, what you see is what you got, and that's it forever. Maybe someday it will be more expansive than that, but for now, that's all we've got. In fact, I hope that someday we'll get something that could actually simulate your 10 years later runs. But currently, we don't. That's why you need a special mod for 10 years later. If there was native code for that, then we wouldn't really need the mod. You could just change the date. Is that the fog? Nope. Still foggy, so we're not missing out on much. I don't want to go out doing combat in the heavy thick fog like this. No, that ain't me. Garbage engine qualities will just steal the parts. 10 parts from that. That's already halfway repaired on the engine. Gonna steal the hood and then we're good. I will come back when I have a jack to steal the tires, brakes, suspension, whatever. See, if I was smart, I would have a jack somewhere in this vehicle, but I don't, because I'm not. There's an American Tire just right down the road. I don't know why I didn't consider that. This is unacceptable. This is also unacceptable. Get bonked on the noggin. Thankfully, the worst we ever have to worry about on roads is grass, which is only an aesthetic thing. I would say that if I had to pick another game that is as deep as Zomboid is, actually way deeper, RimWorld. RimWorld is a fantastic something that Zomboid will be closer to someday. When Zomboid adds NPCs and they work properly. There will be I mean, actually, there's a sale right now. As of the latest blog post that the devs put out, RimWorld and Zomboid are both on sale together. So if you are interested in RimWorld, it is definitely go check some gameplay videos of it. I have never played it on stream because it is not the kind of game that I usually would consider playing on stream. Because I just played it. I play it as if I'm playing The Sims. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Got a jack right here. Found exactly what I was looking for. I have never tried Dwarf Fortress, but I would believe it. I just remember one of my friends told me this story about Dwarf Fortress where he couldn't figure out, he had a bunch of stray cats that came along and he couldn't figure out why they were dying. Apparently they were drinking some water that was exposed to a certain mineral that was just nearby, and the mineral was not compatible with their metabolism, so they were dying. That told me everything I needed to know about that game. I am terrified of games like that, because I know I'm going to like them, and then, well, y'all see what happens when I like a game. 3,600 hours and counting. It's dangerous for me to like a game. Very, very dangerous. I must be very careful before liking a game. Windshield, yes, please. And then rear door. Ooh, I didn't even notice this is a survivor vehicle. Somebody's got a bunch of bags of tools and guns and all kinds of fun stuff right here. Beautiful. Always check your local heavy-duty vehicles, folks. You never know when you might find something amazing. Needs a gas tank and needs a right window. Hey, look, a gas can. Can steal the gas tank from this vehicle, but I do want to fix it if I'm going to put it in to another vehicle, because it's a big gas tank, but it's damaged. So we will want to do something with that first. Yeah, this game, the devs of this game were heavily inspired by Romero. Did I not? There we go. I'm just going to put the gas and the gas tank into the trunk so that we fix it before we put it in. It doesn't need to run on its own power yet. That's what the race car is there for. Duffel bag in the seats too. This is one hell of a loaded survivor vehicle. Guns and everything fun in the glove too. Most of that should fit in the ambulance too. Well, actually not anymore. Got 15 left. We can put those into the trunk of the race car then. Oh, this is just a criminal. Yeah, this is not a survivor. This is just a criminal. He has a duffel bag full of cash. So, yeah, somebody with a duffel bag full of cash this late into the apocalypse is not a, no, it's just a, just some criminal dude. Don't care about tires that are damaged, so we'll just leave those. Gotta yank them off so I can steel the suspension and the brakes, which are great. Alright, that vehicle's been taken for all it's worth. Couple of other potential Okay, so this is Jimmy's pre-owned cars. I don't know if you guys know much about United States used car dealers, used car salesmen. They are some of the least trustworthy human beings on the planet. So I seriously doubt we're gonna have some vehicles with really good parts here, but you know, maybe a mix and match up. I'll take the good and get rid of the bad, as is my standard procedure. This one just has a seat, really, that's worth it. About this one. Beautiful brakes. Very, very beautiful brakes. Big, beautiful brakes. The best brakes. Tires are all garbage though. Just yank those and leave them. Made me break that, are you? Yeah, they're gonna make me break that. How regrettable. I'll have to just gently remove the window and unlock the door. I think those are pink coveralls. I might have to steal those. Later. Stuff removed from the seat removed from the stuff. Too heavy to carry. Half of the undercarriage is done, and the top side is almost entirely done, just one more seat. The other half of the undercarriage, I already know where we can find the parts for that, in case this step van doesn't have them. Wait, how do I have my stream in game? Oh, chat in game. This is not a part of the game. It's just a web browser window, separate window. How long have I been on this save? It's in the title. Add like 2 days to whatever is in the title. I think we're on like the second day of this stream. That's the title is what it was at the beginning of today. Let me have a quick bite to eat here. In terms of chronological, it's 1 year, 8 months, 27 days. That is assuming that all days have 30, or all months have 30 days, rather. Because the devs of this game just don't count months. They count months different. This one doesn't have any necessary tires or suspensions, so this one is no good to us. But it does have a seat. It does have a good seat. I just got to break in and steal the seat. Imagine a thief breaks into your vehicle, and the only thing they steal is your friggin' seat. That's my life right now. That is everything except the undercarriage that we can even do right now. At some point, we'll steal somebody's radio. Tired at 1800 is a result of us being woken up by a nightmare randomly. It's no fun. I didn't enjoy that, but it worked. We got through it. I'm going too far in that direction. We're going around here. That zombie needs to not exist. Problem solved. How many hours do I think I have total? We just looked at that a moment ago. I am at just crested 3,600. 3605. About 700 of those hours were B41. So 2,800 or so in B42 here. And here is my most recent field base. All I really need from this place right now is to finish this van. And I do think we actually have plenty of tires over here. In fact, we might even have some brakes. Yeah, we should have tires and brakes over here. We were ripping this van apart. Tires are great, brakes not as much, but suspensions are good. Okay. Everything we need is already right here. We need only look in front of us. I appreciate that. People have different standards for their time spent on Zomboid. I am extremely basic and vanilla here. We don't roll with any mods or anything like that, at least not at the moment. 42 stable is coming, so when the game goes stable and we cannot participate in active development anymore for a little while, in my mind, that's the time for mods. We'll be having fun with mods at that point. Drop that worn crap out of here. Replace it with some perfect stuff. I'm a simple man. I enjoy seeing big, bright green numbers. And that is the undercarriage, so that is all whatchamacallits, all brakes, suspensions, and tires, 100% perfect performance. We need a new gas tank. We have one in the trunk we were going to fix, but why should we bother with that when there's a perfect gas tank in this vehicle right here? Now the battery is still uncharged. We're going to yank that back out briefly. I did have a charged one in the painting van here. So it now has a charged battery. And then, as fate would have it, the trunk has a little bit of gas in a can. Oh wait, I put the wrong battery back in. I couldn't tell the difference between them because they were both 100 condition. Let me just drop that somewhere so it's out of the way. Alright, now it no longer needs to be towed. It can run on its own impulse. And it is everything except for the body work. Oh, well, maybe I should actually hotwire it. Now, despite being level 10 mechanics, having been so for most of this character's lifetime already, it still takes many tries to hotwire a vehicle with a really good engine. That is always going to be the case, regrettably. On the floor right here, we've got some torch and some steel sheet, specifically for repairing vehicles. And with that, the trunk will go straight to 100%. And then the engine could use a few more engine parts. Also, we could use a new radio. I can't remember if I had a spare military radio. I don't have a spare military radio here, and that's fine. I'm just going to yank the radio that's in it out and put it down as a decoration, so that if and when we come across a new radio, we can just stick it on in. It can live without a radio in the meantime. When we have NPCs in this game someday, you will probably need ham radios like those to communicate with them over long distances. It would be amazing if I could just radio into my NPCs back at my my main base and let them know that we should be refilling the generator soon. Actually, before we repair that, let us repair the gas tank that's in the trunk. A full vehicle kit in this trunk. Wasn't looking to put one together, but now we have one. The loot we got out of it can just stay in it for now. In fact, now that the trunk is repaired, we can put the loot that we ended up having to put in the race car into this. Now, just because the light bar on this ambulance that we just fixed up, just because the light bar is damaged on paper, doesn't mean that it doesn't light up like it's supposed to. It's still nice and bright, and shines brightly through the night and whatnot. And would you look at this? We have room for one more in the lineup here, so that we've got a step van and something to tow it with. The only thing is, of course, this ambulance that we've just added is not full of loot yet. That's an easy fix. Loot can always be found. In fact, those duffel bags we just picked up, some of them can go straight. Just get rid of those. We have no need for boring tools right now. The next truck over is another vehicle parts storage, so, well, that's where I would put brakes. You know what? I'm just going to take the engine parts bag out and repair the rest of the engine now. This will take it straight to 100. That's literally what I have those parts there for. Well, I thought it would take it to 100, but it's 93. Alright then. That just means I need more engine parts later. I know what else I can put in the trunk here. I should have grabbed it while I was just down the road there. We're going to put all of the tires that we yanked off of the other van down there. Oh, how did I get stream chat? Okay, so it's not in-game. It's just I made it look like it is. That's the secret. It's not. It is it's a Firefox window, borderless, with whatchamacallit, style sheets appended to the appended to YouTube's, basically overriding YouTube's style sheets to make it look like it's using the same font and font size as what the game is using. 5 tires, 75 encumbrance. That is a pretty full trunk. I was at some point I was considering just posting my scripts on YouTube, or I'm sorry, on GitHub. The what I do is I have a PowerShell script that just launches whatever stream, or what it does is it parses my clipboard for a YouTube URL, and if it has one, it tries to open the chat window for that YouTube URL. So whenever I start a stream in the morning, I just copy the URL for the stream, run the PowerShell script, and it will launch the chat window. And then I have a separate command that will put it in the right place on the screen. Beyond that, what I have to do is use auto hotkey. There's probably a way to do this with PowerShell. I haven't really figured out window transparency through PowerShell, but auto hotkey does it easily. So that's how it's also transparent. And look at that, we are ready for bed now, because it is the correct bedtime. You just put these tools are almost broken, so they're literally just only worth it for decoration. Loose ammo into the loose ammo van, as always. Charge respirator filters. I don't even 100% know where those will go. It wouldn't hurt to put them in the step van for now. I know exactly where we're putting these cheapskate John magazines. We almost have a full bed sheet made out of them. Soon, very soon. Before I go to bed, we are putting one of our battery chargers down and getting this battery charged back up. I'm hearing wind. Whenever I hear wind, that tells me this rain is possibly a part of a rainstorm. We'll see. Actually, rainstorm, that tells me that free water is falling from the sky right now. So I'll go ahead and do a load of laundry before going to bed as well. I think that'll be warm enough for tonight. If not, well, we'll survive. It's mid-50s Fahrenheit indoors right now. Switch that to dryer. In the meantime, yeah, see how the rain's coming in sideways a little bit? That's a telltale sign of most likely being a storm instead of just a, what's it called? Instead of just a little rain. Always down for free water. The difference between these barrels is the one with the tarp in the center is part of the, it's the one that's directly above the water source that's below it. And so that is the one that will be used up first. So we keep that one filled up the most, and when we're doing, like, you know, washes that are less important, like my weapons and stuff, we'll use the barrels next to it instead. The dryer might still be running, but things are like 99% dry, so good enough for me. Look at that. Girl's clean as a whistle. She's beautiful. Food for a couple more days there. Now we're just emptying small form loot here. We came home with 3 rolls of duct tape. Now I'm actually going to be making sure I don't put too much duct tape in my... Duct tape is one of the few things that is like... It's rare enough that it gets extremely annoying if you use all of it up. But as long as you don't use all of it up, you'll get enough for it to be a little bit too much for some of your crafting bags. That's not a bad thing. Do not interpret that as a bad thing. It is a very good thing. 210% okay with some resources being easy to access. Consolidate this twine and glue here. Just because these twine is almost empty does not mean it weighs less. Quite the opposite. We have 7 tubes of glue. Each tube of glue is worth 2.5 remote triggers for our pipe bombs. Pipe bombs, of course, can now kill anywhere up to well over 500 zombies. We have to estimate because we don't know for sure. When you kill them with a remote bomb, it doesn't count towards your kill total. So we just got to estimate. We can't really count the corpses. I'm not interested in doing that. If somebody else is, definitely let me know what kind of numbers you're getting when you start getting to that point where you can't fit any more into a single bombing. That is an unsolved problem as far as I'm concerned. So we just need to put dub torch, brakes, and we need to That's a good overnight activity. We can go get some more, engine parts from the nearby parking lot. Any of the nearby parking lots, we have a lot. A lot of lots. I also should probably check to see if my key ring can have a few keys yanked. Yeah. I think we can yank a couple of these and put them into somewhere else. Now I can fit a couple more vehicle keys on my key ring. I have two. One of them is basically full forever because of how many vehicles I have. The other is Louisville specific. I'm just going to hold on to that rope for now. The rope is, as soon as we come across some more logs laying on the floor, which there will be at some point, we'll bundle them up. As for the vehicles down here, you'll never catch me dead using a Franklin value line anymore. They no longer have a niche use case, so yanking the engine parts out of it to refill my bag. So I just have this duffel bag right here that's full of engine parts, so if I find a new vehicle and want to repair it, just gotta pull out the bag and clickety-click the repair button. The ambulance that needed the repairs is the farthest back in the lot, and then we put the duffel bag full of parts next to it. From 93 to 100, and the last thing I would ever want to do to make this go from perfect to perfecter would be a radio, which is hardly necessary. Light bar repairs are so rare that we will never be able to fix more than one or two vehicles and actually keep, like, my most important vehicle right now with a light bar on it, I've only been able to bring it up to 60%, because you get 20% from each light bar repair, and you find like one or two every police department you find. There's not enough police departments on the map. Just gonna move these gas cans to passenger. Much better. And second bedtime, oh. Last thing before going to bed is if the rain's going to keep falling, and we'll go ahead and dump these buckets. Public service announcement, as always, buckets fill up faster than rain barrels. So if your rain barrels are not completely full, have buckets nearby and dump them in. Second bedtime is a go. And now we get the battery off the charger, and we are nightmare. That's what we are. I'm not dealing with this nightmare bullshit again. It got us tired early yesterday. I'm going to read a magazine real quick. And then I'm going to drink a cup of coffee. We have the technology to make ourselves some coffee. I'm going to exercise it. Coffee with hot cocoa. One hell of a breakfast right there. See, we're a restless sleeper, so we need to have 2 full night sleeps if we want to actually not get tired before nightfall comes along. So the fact that our second sleep was interrupted by a nightmare, that just left me in a really stupid, awkward spot that would be difficult to come back from and not get tired early, or not waste some time trying to sleep again. The best way to deal with that, in my opinion, is to just have some caffeine on standby a little bit. I'm kind of just imagining my stat bar right now. I'm imagining the numbers being like just shy of 30, because if your fatigue is below 30, you can't sleep. The game will tell you not tired enough to sleep. But if you're like 1 or 2 points below 30 at 7 a.m., then there is 0% chance that you won't get tired before nightfall. So I'd try not to mess with that too much. We will have a charged battery in the trunk now. And would you look at that, my vehicles are staged up beautiful something. Now, I can't think of anything else that I need to do logistically up here. Let's go ahead and consider our next moves. We're not closing up shop as long as there's progress to be had in the southeast here. But after a certain point, it will be more convenient to operate out of Wellington Heights than it will be out of Butcher up here, right? Because once we this area that's completely unexplored, once we've explored all of that, it makes more sense to be going back to Wellington than it does Butcher up here. I need another step van up here to load up for when we actually do the base breakdown itself. So I think that's going to be that's going to be painting, the southeast painting van down here. Because this one I've kind of been cycling good parts in and out of it. But it's otherwise in a pretty good shape. Like, it's in a damn good shape, actually. As far as step vans go. Just needs hood, windshield, right window, battery. And would you look at that? There's a hood and a windshield right here. This hood is damaged. Would be an easy fix, though. Hoods you can repair without ever taking them off of the vehicle. So by putting it on there, I'm not locking in. I can always just bring it right around the corner, slap a couple of small steel sheets onto it, bring it up to like 90%, something like that. That would be more than sufficient for a step van. I think my first commute will be this step van towing an animal trailer with the sheep they keep buying back there somewhere. That will help tremendously. Alright, it can now move of its own impulse. Should not be garbage on the seats here. Fix that. I don't really need much of this stuff from here anymore. Yeah, I think we're good to go on the parts down here. Do I care about beige stripe wallpaper? Kinda not really. As long as I know where it is, if I want to come back for it later, that's the most important thing. Alright, we got ourselves another carrier. Now this carrier will be just for the local assets that I don't intend on leaving here forever, so that's going to be these 5 of these floodlights. And if the generator that is on the roof most likely will be relocated, then the blue generator will... I always leave a generator at a gas station. Like if I have if it's a gas station that has gas in the pumps, I'll leave a generator of some kind there. That's not even a question, so... in the meantime, we'll park this step van, since we're loading it actively, right here. Otherwise, today's tow job, while we're waiting for the rain to ease up a little bit, will be the 2 that are facing north. The alternate truck and the step van up there. Alright, everything else goes in combat truck. Especially the charger. I may need to borrow the pump. I need a pump. If we're going to try to do plonkies with the other fire truck, we're going to need to top up the tires, most likely. I'm just going to keep holding on to the rope. we may drive right past. I'll just put the rest. We've got 4 in there already. These are old tires, not performance. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'm going to try, but I don't know. If it doesn't work, then, well, that'll be unfortunate. This is why I usually just try to make sure I always have performance everything. You can also overinflate tires in this game. You know what? Because these are old tires, I'm doing it. We're overinflating them to 35 out of 30 PSI. Not something I would probably ever want to do in real life. Especially because my car has got some semi-old tires. I've been actively thinking about getting new ones. My driver's side rear has always been a little sus. Seems to have an extremely slow leak. Like, so slow that I took it in and they couldn't find a hole in it. But its PSI just goes down every couple of months by about 5. So it's clearly leaking something. In any case, let's see what happens here. We'll be able to find out relatively quickly whether this is good enough. All we got to do is see if we're able to get into second gear and not be losing RPM. That's always the threshold you want to clear. We're in second gear and we're gaining a little bit of speed. It's slow, but it's functional. So all I got to do is turn back around here and we are headed back to Jericho. Straight back to Jericho. We'll be driving past Wellington. We don't need to do anything there though, because both of these vehicles are full. Now, when we get back to Jericho, we're going to have to leave both these behind, at which point I'll need a different vehicle to come back with. That'll probably be the other race car. Probably. I have 2 race cars. The other one is the LBMW one. And I'll probably use that to pick up the vehicles we have staged at Wellington. And this right here, this activity that I'm doing right now, where I have to be very careful about not losing speed. Otherwise, I'll lose a gear and I'll go much slower. This is why we clear supply lines. I can do back and forth trips much, much, much easier if I have clean streets. Somebody died. Hey Richard, how's it going? We are in a logistical phase due to the weather. Opened up pretty strong with a pipe bomb in here in south-ish, East Louisville. We're on the east side for the most part today. Starting off north, moving a little towards the south. Somewhere in the far southeast there is another gun shop. One of the last gun shops on the map I have not looted yet. In fact, the last. I cannot think of another one. The hunting store in southeast Louisville. I believe that is the last gun store on the map for this character. 8 step vans full of ammo cartons would be the total. I know, right? But yeah, this is Wellington. We have no need to stop because both vehicles are more or less full. I just lost speed for no good reason there. Now, here's going to be the true test of whether these old tires on this truck are sufficient. I might lose some traction when we switch to gravel here. In order to get back to Jericho, we have to go across the train yard. And the train yard is nothing but gravel. But if we continue to gain speed... I didn't want to do that. I really didn't want to do that. I might rip apart more of those walls. Alright, second gear, and we're still gaining speed. Okay, it's good enough. It really is. As long as we get to second gear and that needle over there in the bottom, slightly right of center, is still going up, then we are good to go. I don't think I've actually been all the way back to Jericho on today's stream. So anybody watching, if you have not seen my base, for my main base for Louisville, that is what is approaching now. Everything we have looked at so far has been nothing but outposts. Very temporary compared to this place. And here we are, a simple unlabeled gas station. Probably Gigamart, maybe one of its competitors. Built a little different from the others. First thing I always do when I take this place is delete everything that's on the sales floor so that I can just drive right through the whole joint. I have based here on my last 2 characters, in addition to this one. So this will be the third, this is the third time I've built this place out. Alright, and I don't even really need to think too hard about what to do with those vehicles because they're full of loot, just like the other 2 here. We have a lot of loot here. However, I do believe... Ooh, we got plenty of jerry cans, boys. It is time to upgrade my gasoline storage for the generators here at this base. It's time to upgrade everything to a jerry can. 20 liters of storage space. We'll have 2 jerry cans at each. So I already had 2 on the floor here, coupled with the 2 in my hands, for a total of 8. And we have 4 generators, so it's 2 each. Over here on the left are ammo carriers. In the center, LEO vehicles capable of towing those. This one is not currently used for anything other than SAC 18s, so we can take this one down to the gas station and fill up all those jerry cans. And this one will, I guess this can be our gas carrier for now. I forgot we had another ambulance on standby to be repaired. I'm not worried about that right now. It's back here, we can repair it whenever. Nearest gas station to Jericho is right down here. Now this area, I've cleared it many times. Well, not many times, but like I've thoroughly cleared it, but there's always a chance of a straggler, so on our guard. Don't fast forward too much too long. Oh, we just emptied a pump. Oh no, hang on, no, we did not. We actually got a full inventory. I dropped the wrong tank, okay. That would be that then. I saw it stop halfway through and I was like, okay, that's first time I've ever emptied a pump, but no. It takes a lot of work to empty these pumps. So what I'll do is I'll just fill them up and then put them on the ground here, and then bring the van over to pick up put them directly into the trunk. You can no longer continue filling a liquid container once your inventory is full. So what people used to do is they would have vats of gasoline in their amphors and whatnot. Gas is not infinite. No, there's a random number between 0 and I think the upper limit is 10,000 liters. I forget what the upper limit is, but there is an upper limit, and it's random. So sometimes gas pumps, sometimes they start empty. These signs, these spawned because of problems. They shouldn't have spawned. What's supposed to happen is those signs are supposed to spawn when the pumps don't have anything in them. But these, yeah, these spawn for no good reason. I have only emptied a couple of pumps, despite my characters living for multiple years, so we don't, it's not a realistic concern for the vast majority of players. I mean, the way I play, myself included. Now, if you spent all of your time in one town, but you were constantly using gas on things, then it would be a much more realistic expectation to maybe exhaust your local gas station. So across 8 jerry cans, we've got a total of, what is that, 20 times 8? 160 liters of gasoline, and we'll just put 2 of them next to each generator. In fact, that's almost a perfect fit for a step van right there. 192 encumbrance. To move these, move those bags. Now, I always say that when it comes to bringing gas where you need to bring it, just make sure all of your vehicles have large gas tanks, and every vehicle you have is just a movable gas storage vessel. Proper tanker trucks, we may have them someday, but I predict that would not be until 43 at the minimum, because we got Filibuster Rhymes working in the background. Functionally infinite, again, depending on your game settings. Playing on Apocalypse is what we always do all the default settings here. It also depends on how lucky you get on your gas station rolls. It's possible that you might come up to a gas station and there's 8 pumps, but 7 of them spawn empty. And then the one that's left is not really going to have as much. In which case, that is a case of false assumption to say that you would have functionally infinite. Generator's only got down to 75% since our last refilling, but I'm going to go ahead and top them up anyway. Yeah, I'm totally okay with respawns being turned off by default. in Apocalypse now. My god, our respawn's tedious. I lack the accurate verbiage to describe exactly how tedious respawns can get. I do hope that someday we get something that is not the old respawn system, but an event system of some kind. It's not that I don't want to ever see zombies again in this area, but I would prefer it be, oh god, look at that, a huge swarm out of nowhere, as opposed to just, oh, it's Tuesday. That means it's been 7 days since I've explored that area over there. That means there's going to be zombies. Fuck that. That is so unrealistic and tedious and garbage. I don't like anything about the way it's currently implemented, and I'm glad that it's been turned off. The only people who have to deal with respawns in the current system right now are the sweaty people who play Extinction. I say that, but I might actually end up being one of them in the not-too-distant future. Necromancers. Alright, so that's 2 out of 4 generators there. My biggest challenge right now is remembering to turn the generator back on after getting it fixed up, because that's what I failed to do once recently. I fixed the generator up, I refueled it, and then I think I got distracted by something, I don't even remember what, and I forgot to turn the generator back on. That is something I've never had happen to me until just the other day. Now, of course, these other generators, we only actually have one, just the bottom corner one here, that's actually being used right now. Hey, Kitty, how's it going? Welcome back. Haven't missed too much since you dropped by last week. We've been doing largely logistical tasks. Weather has not been very decent. We went from a full day of fog to the second day in a row of nothing but rain. You'll never catch me complaining about rain with a planting season coming up, but, well, the crops are not here yet, so the rain is kind of superfluous at the moment. And just put this truck right back where we found it. Yep, it has served its purpose. We needed the whole thing for those cans. Now, I came back here semi-recently to look for another trapper carbine, and I never found one because we didn't stockpile any. I never could have seen myself, when I was leaving Phallus Lake to come here, I never, at the time, could have seen myself using a trapper carbine regularly. I didn't see the niche, and because of that, I thought it was 100% useless. And I stand by that assertion insofar as without the niche, it would be 100% useless. But the niche is... it's a 50 bullet to the box pistol caliber that you can shoot at half the distance of a rifle. So, yeah, absolutely is that a glorious thing that we should not be underestimating. Let's take one of those wood glues with me here. We already have plenty of duct tape in the field. We don't even need to think about that. One other thing I saw in here is a U.S. Army communications ham radio that is going to go into our one of the new ambulances we found, because it is a perfect condition military radio, vastly superior to those premium tech civvy radios that spawn in there, and a satellite, of course, for all of the satellite communications we'll be doing. pretty sure that by 90s standards, about the vast majority of any satellite that would still be in the sky at this point would either be military or have fallen out of the sky. Even the military ones, I don't know if they would last this long without somebody doing manual attitude corrections, because back in the day, we had plenty of satellites, but not a lot of them were capable of sustained self-correction. The orbit would eventually decay, and without somebody to keep an eye on that $1 million asset in orbit, well, it would fall out of the sky. Nothing else immediately jumps out at me as a base work task that needs to be done here. Having a bite to eat, of course. And then we're going to take the race car back with us. That is the next step. We take the race car back to Wellington. And this one does have everything except for a jack. Somehow. I got it a battery charger, a torch, a pump, and an iron, but no jack. That's cursed. I hate it when I have, like, everything except one part of a vehicle kit. Or any other kit, really. Now, when you're on a narrow street like this, you're going to have to artificially limit your race car speed. You do not want to be going at race car max speed down a road like this. All it takes is one tiny little miscorrection, or overcorrection, undercorrection, whatever it is, and you will kill yourself in this game. A fatal car crash is still a fatal car crash, zombies notwithstanding. I have lost exactly one character back in my B41 days. She hadn't lived very long. I was testing a speed run strategy of going across the entire map and just finding all the perishable foods in every grocery store and dumping every single perishable food from every grocery store into the freezers, so that I could consolidate everything into a freezer and then come back and recover it before the power outage, so that I would have literal mountains upon mountains of preserved food just waiting to be used. That is still a very valid tactic to this day, because with B42, food preservation is even better than it was before. Here I am just checking how full are these vehicles, because if any of them are not 100% full, then they should be before I bother bringing them back to Jericho. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, the ambulance can be emptied into the Smart Cut trailer, most likely. Now, I did not know this for several thousand hours, but if you use the vehicle menu, radial wheel V, and open the door, I can now access the door, or the seat rather. I can access the seat as if it is just a container, and then close the door. So I can put stuff, a full bag of stuff, on both the driver's seat and the passenger seat, and then tow the vehicle since I don't have to drive it. Basically just getting maximum possible storage space out of a vehicle. Always about that optimization here. And the glove can fit 13. Well, here's 12 right here. And then the trunk here is half full. The ambulance is now empty. believe this one has stuff on the yeah, okay. Passenger seat is loaded up. Where'd all my garbage bags go? I used them all up. Every single garbage bag I had on my character. I usually don't think about that because I usually have more than I'll ever need. This was not such a case. I started with like 11 today. I remember seeing that double-digit number and being like, wow, I've got a lot of garbage bags. Now I don't. Yeah, there's 0% chance I'll be able to consolidate this down to a single vehicle. And that's okay, I don't need to. These two garbage bags going into Smart Cut will at least leave the... It'll leave Smart Cut mostly full. And 65. And that way, all that's left in Sunballs is construction-related stuff, which can be more useful for new bases as opposed to going back to my main one here. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, 4.01. Wow. There's literally 0.01 somewhere, and that's preventing me from putting that, Wow. I have not had a close call that close for a while. I don't even know what that could be. Literally nothing else in here. Let's just call that 0.1 instead. That is a full trunk right there. Okay, here's how we're going to play this. Sunballs and Ambulance will stay here for the moment. It does behoove me to have a not filled set of loot vehicles that I can pick up right here in the middle of my supply line, especially with uncharted territory directly to the east of here. But now that Smart Cut is completely full, we get Smart Cut out of here. And just drop this radio because it needs to go the other direction. I can take everything. Or maybe not. Now I can. Alright, so now completely empty vehicles back here. That's what I like to see. In fact, I might actually take a throwaway car back, because at this point, everything that needs to go back from Butcher in this direction is not something that needs to... I don't need to be bringing any more vehicles out this way, now that I have two empty vehicle stage right there. So, I will actually probably take a throwaway vehicle from Jericho, of which I should have at least one or two. Race car is so fast that it's actually sometimes a little bit difficult to get the to get a step van directly behind you. Your movements are a little too jerky. I wish I didn't know that trick. I've been spending too much time towing vehicles in this game. Way too much time. Not quite enough time that I can get this entire row perfect, but I don't need to. In fabric roll, we've got a tailoring department for that. In fact, this is being a colored fabric roll. We need to keep it a little bit separate from the uncolored two right there that I can make myself. These beige looking fabric rolls right here, those are made out of flax. We can grow flax. It's one of the few bulk crops you can grow that actually you can use for a functional objective purpose. Yeah, no, that's okay. So how would somebody survive in an empty world like this? A true limo situation, limo, last man on Earth. How does somebody stay sane through that? Well, I have my theories. If anybody's ever seen Castaway, you know where I'm going with it. How did that guy survive for as long as he did without going completely insane? He had a volleyball, and he accidentally got a handprint of blood all over it, so he drew a face on it, and he just talked to it. Yeah, no, that would be me 100%. I would have multiple things with faces drawn on them, and I would just have one-sided conversations with them. Because, I don't know how long I'd be able to do that before truly losing my sanity, but I can guarantee you I would be doing it. Because, humans are a little bit too, what's the right word? Socially inclined. We're supposed to feel uncomfortable when we're alone for extremely long periods of time, because that is a directly negative thing for our survival chances. And so by forcing us to feel uncomfortable, biologically, we're improving our survival chances. How does that not fit? Oh, it's too close, okay. These animal feed bags, well, I got animals, I can feed them. I do think that we're not in a World War Z situation here with the animals being a target for zombies. I was kind of afraid we were moving in that direction at first because the devs have, ever since B42 came out, they started adding zombies can be attracted to animal noises. But that has, that's never really been, like, because they are interested in the animals. It just means that, I guess they, I don't know, maybe the zombies associate animals with humans, which is not incorrect, especially this far in. As you can see, my aminals do not enjoy rainstorms, which is why I converted this dude's house into a barn. I don't know if we have enough roof territory for everybody in here. It's actually kind of cute how they're all just sitting inside looking outside. I'm of the similar mood. I'm very much of the similar mood because I hate fighting zombies in the rain, so I avoid going out into the rain. I wait for it to go away. The deer, if anybody's curious, you can pick them up and move them around, but they'll never be tame. So unlike any other animal in this game, putting them in one of your zones, all that means is it can't escape. So unfortunately for the thing, it's just going to be running around scared for the rest of its life until I put it out of its misery and have some venison, maybe for Christmas dinner or something. I'm at least taking care of its needs here. It will never want for anything. And my prediction about this rain being a storm was 100% correct. I think my kale here is blooming. No, it's ready to harvest. Okay, so kale is one of those crops that it has ready to harvest, but then it has blooming. So you can hold off harvesting. I need to hold off harvesting it. I have too much stuff in my freezers. Literally too much. When this garlic is ready, I won't have enough room for it. Yeah, regrettably, I don't think the fawn will ever grow up either. The fawn will, unlike other animals that grow up in captivity and eventually get large enough to butcher for some more meat, I don't think the fawn actually will grow up. Regrettable. See, my fridge here, completely full, as are the two freezers in this corner, the two freezers in the bottom left of center corner there, and the two freezers right around next to where chat meets the skill window there, and the corner on that side. So harvesting that is no good right now. I think I'm just going to go ahead and take the... I'll finish that thought in just a moment. The race car is not needed. We already have one out in the field. The red one, the Spiffo one. Pretty much every vehicle on this lot either already has a purpose or is like carrying something, except for this step van here. This step van's empty. So I was gonna just do a throwaway car. I haven't even ruled that out. I might still. Let me do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So here's what I'm going to do. We're taking a standard car battery that's already charged. We are taking a empty can of gas. And we're going to go run down to the gas station by foot. It's not that far away. It's an internet legend on the subreddit for this game. It's a headless deer that runs around the map. Headless deer that runs around the map. No idea what could cause that. I have seen skeletons, animal skeletons, get up and run around. And that is because, while animals are desiccated in this game before you remove their bones, they are actually still a separate and discrete entity that inherits from the animal class. and therefore, without proper dead checks, or checks to make sure they're actually dead, the game could possibly consider them alive again due to some weird glitch. Alright, so we got a charged battery and 10 liters of gas. Now we just need a vehicle. Has to be standard, unfortunately. I brought standard specifically because I recalled there being some standards down here. We do have a target up here to annoy us. I have no idea if the fact that it's a little harder to hear zombies because of the rain, I don't know if that goes both ways. Is this one going to not be as likely to hear me because it's raining? Oh yeah, by the way, zombies don't react to light. Now, zombies do react to the player, and if the player is illuminated, they're more likely to see you. But, yeah, it's not the light by itself that you need to worry about. What if 100 zombies spawned right here, right now? That's what this is for. That's what this is for. Got well over 100 shots. All you gotta do is click some heads. Thought I had some more standard cars that were left on this row here, but I don't. Wow, okay, I got one all the way down there. Can I kill all these zombies here without causing too many problems for myself? Let's get the ones that are facing me. Two at once is no fun. I can't beat two of your pawns. Very well. You ever see a rogue with maximum strength stats? That's kind of what I am right now. I would not recommend ever considering this in real life. Just walking up to a vehicle after, you know, a year and 8 months into the apocalypse and assuming that all you need is a can of good gas and a battery. You're probably going to need a lot more than that if a vehicle has been sitting around for a year and 8 months. Probably the oil is going to be really, really bad. Possibly even a congealed mess that could prevent it from starting completely. But, thankfully, there's no oil in this game. Oh, after all that. You tell me I'll never have the keys, huh? If I just take that window right off. Haha. I stole your car. So we now have a throwaway car to go back to the forward position with. A little bit intentional. Neat. That is, I hope that's true. I certainly hope that's true. Now, being conspicuous, of course, I'll never be able to do stealth the way an actual stealth-built player will be in this game. Conspicuous just kind of ruins it. Clumsy is something you can kind of counterbalance. Clumsy is, those are the two traits that I have that would counterbalance my ability to stealth. Clumsy just means that my footsteps make more noise. But if I'm wearing the right shoes, then my footsteps make so little noise that it's like, you know, it's like 0.1 multiplied by 0.1 as opposed to 5 multiplied by 0.1. So we're only about 10 minutes late for bedtime. And I think we're out of salad. Yeah, we're out of salad. I'm gonna go and just have a quick bite to eat and grab something else. How's about cinnamon roll? And then just something to hold me over till we get back to our forward position. If I was ready to harvest that kale, I would definitely go grab it right now. See, a lot of the stuff in the corner here could actually just be an ingredient. See, all these candies right here? I could put those in a pie. I could make a candy pie. But yeah. I'll just take a couple pieces of kale out of the freezer. Kale is actually a fun thing to just eat straight up. Gets rid of the hunger in one bite. Why does the ambient music you're hearing sound like the... I don't know. That's that would be the that would be a question for Zach Beaver and Armin Haas, the people who did the music for the game. It was originally written by Zach Beaver. Armin Haas did the variations. The ones that, you know, get really epic when you're in a vehicle, and the ones that get really quiet when you're inside of a building. All right, it is now March 28th, 1995. And that means that April is three days away. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So 4 days away. 28, 29, 30, 31. And then April 1st, we can start planting sunflowers. I do want to do an entire row of sunflowers here. I've confirmed that the garlic will not be... I won't be able to get rid of the garlic before we're ready for the sunflowers, so... The strawberries, not a chance. Same with the onions and the kale, so we're going to need to put in some more crop plots. It's fine, I don't mind that. But that does mean that we are going to need to expand the garden a little bit. Oh yeah, that's what I try to do here. I do my best to just yap a lot and drop some knowledge where I can. Anything that I would have wanted to know myself. Dropping this battery onto a charger while we're here. Unlike my field bases, I have dedicated chargers for this place. Cinnamon. I got to make those when I was in the bakery. That was one of the few times I actually felt like a baker in the bakery, as opposed to a professional thawer. I can't remember where I got this tire pump from. I just remember it was not the race car. Let's do some light bulb replacements. We are 3 in the hole here. I have the floodlights for it, so I'll make sure that my street is fully illuminated. Anybody down south? You know what? And that's in the spirit of illumination. Let's get some lights for the aminals. In fact, let's give them, what color? Let's give them green. Not close enough to my generator, am I? That's regrettable. Guess I'm moving it up a bit. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Suitcase with replacement green bulbs for when we inevitably run out. Yeah, so about the newest update, I have given up trying to predict the devs of this game when they're being coy about it. When they're being coy about it, I've given up trying to predict it because the last time they were coy about something, we got ragdolls. I will slap anybody. I will slap anybody who could have said ahead of time that we were going to get ragdolls in Project Zomboid. It never in the million years seemed like the game that would get it. But we got it. I don't hate it. It just, I never could have predicted it because it doesn't, thematically, it's a little bit out of place, but also just functionally. What could have compelled the devs to put development time and resources into that when there are so many other things in this game that need that effort? But yeah, we could have another ragdoll situation where they just they just do something because they want to, even though it makes absolutely no sense from a game development perspective why they would do it. So ever since ragdolls, I don't even bother really trying to predict when they're being coy about it. When they're not being coy about it, I can tell you what I want to see. I can yap all about what I want to see them do. I want to see agriculture finished. Let me show you very clearly what I want them to do. I want to go to this agriculture menu where I've learned all recipes for all plants in this game, and I want to see things. I want to see shit like this gone. I know people who have watched my channel will have heard this, but it bears repeating. It really does. Tobacco. Average time to grow 180 days. Planting season. March, April, May, June, July. That's 5 months. What's 180 days, ladies and gentlemen? What is 180 days? 180 divided by 30 days a month? That's 6 months. So what happens when you plant tobacco in Project Zomboid? What happens when you plant tobacco in Project... It fucking dies. It fucking dies because it can't exist outside of its growing season the way it's put together here. I reported this as a bug in May 2025. It is now July 15th, 2026. And not a single fucking thing has been touched about any of this. So make of any of that what you will. They added this growing season bullshit for B42. And if B42 stable is coming, can we maybe, I don't know, finish what was added initially? Maybe? I'm sorry. I get really fucking heated when I start talking about the things that they opened up with in B42 and then just completely fucking dropped and have never touched since. That leaves a really salty taste in my mouth. Because it's like, again, I already articulated with the ragdoll nonsense. They do things and then they don't finish them. And well, I do that myself. So seeing somebody else do it, who's made a very lovely video game that is better than anything I've ever done, is really, truly tragic. Can somebody maybe succeed where I fail regularly? Maybe? I don't know. Whatever. That is my yap on what I would like to see. Agriculture, more than anything. So many of the other crafting systems are, like, kind of incomplete here and there, but, like, they're functional. Like, everything, every workstation you guys see on screen right now, it's all functional. It's great. I mean... We don't need the Demon Slayer update. We don't need the Demon Slayer update. I'm perfectly okay with not needing an entire family of 7 people in order to supply my town with charcoal. Please, because then Kibutsuji Muzan is going to come along and kill all but 2 of my colony. Oh yeah, absolutely. No. I only joined this game in 2022. 3? Hang on. You can see this. It's relatively easy. If I go to Zomboid, if I go to... I have to go to transaction history, I think. Hang on. Support, yes. Now go to support and go to sign in. I'm signed in. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm literally on the Steam client, but of course it thinks that. Here we go. Purchased on December 29th, 2023. So I have only been playing this game for a minute. Hang on, I got a calculator for this. That is 12/29/2023 to today. I have only been playing this game for 929 days. I have had characters who have almost lived that long. Basically 2.5 years. Pretty much 2.5 years. I have not been along for the entire ride. I have seen historical documentaries on the progression of this game, and they have been very eye-opening. For anybody watching right now, if you're not familiar, there used to be a term that was popular on Reddit called getting zomboided. Apparently, it was a slang for having a Kickstarter project run away with your money, because this game, apparently at one point, because it was on Kickstarter at one point, the backers were so dissatisfied with how quickly things were going, or how slowly they were going, that they thought that Indie Stone had just taken their money and left. No, they never did that. Maybe they were extremely slow, maybe ridiculously so, but no, nobody ever got zomboided. That's the funniest part. Don't you love how we have fog and then 3 days in a row of rain, and now we've got fog again? Ay Dios míos. There's a sandbox setting to make it so the fog never goes away. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That's probably a healthy person right there. Owning a game for about a decade and only having about 900 hours. That's probably a sign of a very healthy person who just has a hobby. I am not a healthy person. I have 3,600 hours, and I'm not exactly proud of that necessarily. I mean, I've had a good time playing it. No shame there. But there's a few things that could be said about. It's not a very good thing to only ever play one game all the time. For a little while, my friends were concerned about me, but they've given up on that aspect. Oh yeah, look at that, Reed. He's playing Zomboid again. Must be a day ending in Y. I just needed to pick up this radio. I did not need to shut the engine off, because we're going the rest of the way up the road here. These two vehicles need to be loaded up with loot from somewhere in this area. There are billions of loot prospects that we can pull from. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Okay, fair enough. We all have our addictions, I suppose. Some of our addictions are far worse than video games, right? Yeah, Kickstarter. Okay, so here's the thing about Kickstarters, right? I've in the background, one of the reasons that I'm a live streamer right now, just generally building a presence on the internet. I'm writing a book, and I've been writing it off and on for well over a decade. And the thought came to me, I don't trust publishers, not a single one. There's not a single publisher on this planet that I would trust not to compromise my vision. And okay, so another thing is, there is no such thing for 99.9% of people out there right now. There is no such thing as self-publishing. People have been led astray to believe that by surrendering the rights of your work to Amazon and allowing them to control digital distribution of it, that you're somehow self-publishing. No, I'm sorry. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with publishing on Amazon. It's a decision. It'll get your work out there. It'll get a lot more than I might initially, because Amazon is where there's literally millions of people who search it every day. But I recommend against considering that self-publishing, because no, you're handing over the rights to your IP to Jeff Bezos. No, your publisher is Bezos Incorporated. It's not self-published. To actually self-publish, you have to control the platform too. And I don't know of any authors who are interested in becoming web admins. I don't consider myself an author nor a web admin, but I write things, and I do manage servers. I own 3 domains right now. I'm actually not sure about one of them. I own 2 domains. I'm just going to say that I own 2 domains. I can't remember if the third one lapsed or not. I removed my renewal from it because, yeah, I don't know if I need it. I don't know if I'll be able to build the entire platform myself. My general plan is to build a self-hosted top-level server and then just take the lowest bidder for CDNs. CDNs, content distribution nodes, for, you know, to get a global presence so people don't have to wait for assets to travel across the planet. And where would those CDNs come down from? It would be top down from that server that is somewhere behind the camera over there. Just don't pull a Patrick Rothfuss. What did he do? Now you've got me curious. Now you got me curious. Is that Roth? Fantasy writer, born in 73. Got some works. Awards and honors. I don't see a controversy section. What did he do? What did he do? What was controversial? It was print, printers. Dedicated to create Underthing Press when he couldn't buy a new. So Underthing Press, is that his oh, it's an, what is an imprint in this case? That is it's a trade name. Okay, so that's just your that's, I don't know if that would be I don't think I would have one of these. I might need one. Maybe this is maybe this is something that a business lawyer would advise me to do. I haven't consulted anybody yet. Take-Two Interactive is, yeah, so Rockstar is kind of a label for Take-Two. That makes sense. I don't know why I'm heading out with the combat truck as if I'm about to go fight. Not in this pea soup fog. I'm not going to fight anybody right now. Regrettably, I know a lot of people watching right now are interested in the heavy combat for this game, but there's no heavy combat in this stuff. How's about we this radio? I was going to put it the most recent acquired ambulance. Yes, still needs a radio. Voila. We took an ambulance that we found on the side of the road as a wreck, and it is now 90% intact. The heater in the glove box might as well not even count. The light bar, of course, we'll never be able to fix that. Been writing the final book for a decade, really? Oh, so he's kind of, he's just, oh, I see, okay. So is it because he's doing other things? Because I see a 2023 novella here. If that's the case, then he's distracted by other stuff. I know, right? That's the true curse right there. Can anybody really recommend a Song of Ice and Fire? I've never read it, but I've heard that R.R. Martin is never going to finish it. I'm repeatedly told now that he's never going to finish it, that he can't finish it. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying what I've been told. Who had the pump? It must have been one of these. I don't think the pump that I'm carrying right now is from the combat truck. Let's put it in here. You know what? I have an idea. It's not a very safe idea. It's not a very safe idea, but it might work. So this building over here has 4 stories. We've only actually cleared the first 2. If we go up the stairs right now, a bunch of zombies that didn't previously exist will suddenly spawn in. And we can kill them indoors. We don't have to worry about fog indoors. That would require me to... I'd probably want to do the fighting over here in the garage. If that's the case, I will go get the heavy combat truck, and we'll use its headlights. I also don't really trust that situation. I'm going to use my heavy armor. chest piece, bone choker, fingerless gloves. Our entire body protection goes up to a minimum of 50%. Only ever do that when I'm going indoors, though. Forearms would be 100, but I did have to take off the, whatchamacallit, the shirt. Just gonna open a couple more boxes of 45, and we'll fall back as needed. That's going to be a very difficult thing right there. See, I have so many ideas for the way the okay, let me back up a little bit. The series that I'm going to write is the series title is Eternal Cadena. Cadena is the name of the planet. So I can actually I can get away with so many different types of stories under that paradigm, right? I have a certain era of the planet that I want to tell the stories of, but I can use the same series title to write whatever story I want that took place on that planet across its 753 million year history. So it's and then of course there is even beyond that, because it was not always a planet. It was originally a brown dwarf, and then it became a rogue planet, and then it was engulfed in another stellar nursery, and then it became a proper planet, super Earth with just enough gravity and mass to prevent hydrogen runoff, so about 20% hydrogen content. Haven't even confirmed if that's a realistic thing, but in my head it is. In for a penny. Here goes. Yeah? No? Maybe? That's what I expected to see. So what just happened is, by cresting this staircase, we have spawned in the floor above us. And any number of zombies might be coming down the stairs now. I actually have no idea what kind of saturation we should expect. But I do know that by shooting, they'll just constantly be pulling them down here. Absolutely, yeah. My first volume that I've written, I've got the draft about 80% completed. It is a standalone story. It's got a beginning, middle, and end. There are plenty of hooks that I would expand on the next 2 volumes that I have planned out. But if you were to if you read it and you liked what you read, it would be in a place where readers would not be extremely disappointed, I don't think, if it was a standalone story. But in a perfect world, it won't be. I hate it when I have to... Oh no, we're good. I thought for a second I had loose ammo in my inventory, but we are good. This is gonna take a while. I was expecting a more steady stream down here.
Hey.
One of the things that I don't know if I'm gonna do, well, I'm definitely gonna do it. The question is, how well is it gonna work? I have to contract everybody that's gonna help me with the book. Contracting an editor. I don't even know how often that happens, because I think these days editors are almost always just part of a publication network. You get your book published by somebody, they've got editors that will edit it. I don't know if that's always how it goes, though. There's no way there was that many and that's it. No way. I'm actually very sussed out by this. I've done a lot of self-editing, but it's an author that edits themselves has a fool for a client. Just like the old lawyer saying. Come on. I hear y'all up there. Show your ugly... There you go. Come on, I believe in you. I'm pretty sure there's no other staircases. I need to verify that before I get too locked in. Yeah. See, the thing that sucks most about buildings like this, if I go up there, I have no indication. There might be like 5 of them just within one tile. Where the place I'm aiming, I can guarantee there's nobody else on this tile, and that's it. Just that tile at the top of the stairs. Brandon Sanderson. Stormlight. I feel like I've heard of that. High fantasy is, I feel like there's a loose definition to it. Kind of just like hard sci-fi, there's a loose definition to it that, is generally understood. High fantasy just means it takes place with no relation to the, Earth as we know it. So that would be your Middle Earth right there. I was not expecting somebody to be coming up from downstairs. Oh, that was just a window. The way I consider my series, I consider it high fantasy because it takes place about 8 million years ago on a planet near the galactic center. There's no interfacing with humanity as we know it, nothing like that. And the hard sci-fi aspect of it is that it's not going to... all laws of physics are abided by. So even though there's actual literal magic in my series, one of the first things that one of my... magic is often explained through the lens of one of my characters who is a bit of a nerd. She's a bit of a nerd. She's a aspiring spellweaver, and she says that magic is just applied telekinesis. And in that context, telekinesis is just a... well, can I explain it in 2 paragraphs? Probably not. But it's a metabolic body function. It is not an inexplicable magic. Of course, I play with it from there. Can telekinesis make a rock come to life? Well, you'll have to find out. I swear there's going to be more of them coming down there. I don't know what it is that's holding them up.
Hey!
Look at that, I'm actually getting cold. I guess I've been standing around too much. Yeah, see, there's mouth breathing up there, so they're coming.
Hey!
I don't know what's taking them so long. This is why I was hesitant to try to do this, because... I mean, what else would I be doing? I wouldn't be fighting outside right now. Alright, I need to turn my... I'm actually playing the game's music. The game's music broke a while ago. So I need to be able to hear Zed's. Okay, I don't hear anything. Cautiously proceeding upstairs. Now I hear plenty of zombies. Why did I only need to take a few steps? I don't know. I don't know. I'm also sick.
Hey!
Sometimes the act of standing on the stairs will assist them in realizing that you're there and knowing where to go. I think sometimes they just don't know where to go because they hear sound, and that ends up in them doing something stupid. If I fall this far back, then I'm not queasy anymore. Not in queasy territory. I still hear mouth breathing close to the stairs, but nobody back here. So I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, there are still at least, I don't know, 5 or 6 voice sources that I'm hearing right now. Now I'm getting a red cross. It's just the window, I think. Yeah, just the window. I hate this. This is the part. This is the part I hate the most. I'm locked in on this. I can't stop what I'm doing because now I'm right next to my base. And so anybody who's making noise upstairs is liable to eventually make their way downstairs and bother me when I'm not expecting it. Come on. Oh, hang on. Here we go, finally. I'm just going to give them a moment. I need to go get my mask. Yeah, I expected there to be so many that I'd need to fall back and use the parking lot here. But, no. It's just a relatively small amount, all things considered. But I need to not get sick, so we're putting the respirator mask on. KTO, how's it going? We have some no-shooty gas outside, so we're doing a little bit of indoor fighting. Okay. Okay. Now, that being said, we are now... we just spawned in the top floor. So now the top floor should be headed our way. I think that one who just came out of that room, I believe she was one of the ones that I was hearing before. Everybody that we're shooting who's coming from upstairs didn't exist until we came to this floor. If this seems cheesy, trust me that stairs could, in real life, could be used to such more devastating effect than this against zombies. Many stairs can be shot around because they're, lots of stairs tend to go in circles. He's right, I definitely overestimated this place. Now it's just the question of where's the last little pocket of them that I didn't notice before. That's always the case. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Now I need a zombie Anakin with no arms, no legs. I'll eat you. Come on, I hear you. You mouth breather. Come around them stairs. For a minute, I did hear somebody slapping a door back here, but then they stopped. Hey, look, what's going on here? Are they just all deaf? What is this? This is nonsense. I'm gonna delay anybody coming out of there so I don't get flanked. And then I guess let's just... Maybe this gun really is just that quiet. I have no idea. I need to not leave the safety of the stairwell here. If anybody's not familiar with the gun, it is a Tapper carbine. Shoots 45 ACP. So it is a proper pistol caliber weapon that is being used as if it is a long gun. And that, the niche use case, I must constantly espouse, because I went a very long time without noticing it myself. The use case is, if you find yourself using a little too much of your rifle ammo a little too quickly. Rifle ammo is only 20 bullets to a box, while pistol ammo, like the one we're using now, 50 bullets to a box. So medium range shooting in controlled quantities. That's what this is for. You'll probably be seeing me use this a lot in the future, even at lower levels. Yes, Richard, this is the Trapper carbine, one of the only true carbines in this game, because all the other carbines aren't. Okay, so this and the L92, the lever action. Now, of course, the reason you all see me just constantly shoving bullets into the magazine, there is no variant of this weapon that is anything other than magazine fed, regrettably. The only way to shoot 45 ACP is from a 7-bullet magazine. There are no other options. Someday, maybe we will have other options. I really wish there was just a way to convert this from a magazine-fed weapon to a just something that has a few in the tube. I don't even know the proper phrasing for that, if there is such a conversion. Because that's, I guess at that point, you're talking about changing the lower receiver. Or whatever mechanism is behind it. I ain't no gun nut. I always considered that non-magazine weapons were generally going to be a little bit less complicated than magazine weapons. But I'm guessing that also... Oh, that was a door that broke. Not sure how she did that. Okay, I guess I'll go upstairs then. I don't want to. I don't like it, but we've had a long enough phase where nobody's come downstairs. They must have been right around the corner. Come on. Let's go the rest of the way, boys. I believe in it. They're probably like walking into the railing and not actually progressing. If that's the case, hang on. I might be able to get like halfway up there and shoot them up from the staircase. That door instantly broke. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? Good to see ya. We're currently doing some indoor combat because the outdoor area is shrouded in fog. Oh, here we go. They were down on this floor. Easy peasy. I had no idea what could have happened. We heard at least two when I went up those stairs. Now I hear nothing. You hear them. They're right next to me. And yet they can't seem to figure out how to go around the stairs. There's got to be something up there blocking the stairs. I don't know what it is. And I get the feeling that the moment I go up there and crest the top of the stairs, they'll figure out how to get to me. Whatever it is that's stopping them. It's not going to matter if they're close enough. Nope, just another window. See, what I'm doing at this point, I'm assuming that there's a railing up there or something they're getting stuck on, so I'm standing in the middle of the stairs and looking for a red circle to indicate that I'm aiming at something. But in both of those cases, I was just aiming at a window. She's right to my right. But I can't get a shot at her. That must mean that whatever it is that's blocking her must also be blocking my shots, maybe. I don't know. Now it sounds like it's coming out of my center speaker, which means... Fuck is she? I'm unironically considering just building a sky bridge or something to get in here. This is the only staircase I know of. Found her! Found her! Anybody else? Yep, there's somebody else. I don't know where he is, but hang on. Is that a red? He's to my right. Now he's a little bit more to my right, getting closer to center. Got him. Literally just going by echolocation there, but that was there were two, and we got him. Yeah, I don't know. It must have just been the railway, the railing. It must have just been stuck trying to go through the railing and just failing. I am good on ammo, right? Yes. That should have been the last floor. There should not be another like 200,000 of them in the top floor because the top floor is just the roof, I think. Now instead of going room by room up here, I'm actually gonna just do that and then go down here just a little bit. Just to make sure there's no big pockets I'm not hearing. Alright. Long overdue that my next door neighbor building has been cleared. Theoretically, if I wanted to, I could now go through and find out where that frickin' alarm clock keeps going off from. But, no, it's more important to me that my neighbors are no longer a factor. Now, of course, my other neighbors in this direction, that's a much bigger building. I'm not worried about that right now. More in over here somewhere.
Hey!
I hear somebody to my left, but that could be below me or right here.
Hey!
Alright, I'm gonna have a quick bite to eat. Well, after I get some food. I don't have any food. Let's fix that problem first. Imagine an apartment with a dining room. Hold on. The fuck was he that he was able to hear? He was able to see me. He all heard those aggro noises.
Hey!
Oh, he was outside. Now, what exactly compelled him to start making aggro noises when there was a wall between us? That is a... well, I don't know. Okay, we're not turning the music back on just yet. Not until I've understood exactly where any leftovers are in this area. I know there's still more than what we've dealt with. Got coffee. Here's some cola. I'll shut the hunger up for a minute. Alright, hunger is dealt with. Yeah, there are still plenty in the area. I'm not going to risk anything reckless here.
Hey!
It sounded very close, so I'm going to, if I make some noise, maybe she'll come up to the door. Yeah, no, maybe. There you are. Those last two that came at me, might have been people who came from the lower floor, all the way upstairs, who heard me making noise. Big apartments, like pretty big compared to what I usually see in this game. You don't often see an apartment with its own dining room. Not even my apartment has a dining room. Okay, I'm feeling a lot better about this place. I can't rule out somebody somewhere that I'm not able to hear, but I don't hear any more mouth breathing on either side of the building. Generally speaking, from this floor, I should be able to hear anybody who's left somewhere. Because I can hear up and down at least one floor, even the subtlest mouth noises. You can hear a little bit above and below. And anything above us or below us right now would be anything that's left at this point. These dining rooms are actually one of the biggest threats in my mind. Just narrow, open doorways. This apartment complex would be a treasure trove of decorative stuff, because pretty much every one of these units has a little bit of wall decorations that you don't always find in every single house. Now this is. I don't like this. I can't see the bathroom very clearly. One of the last injuries that I took from a zombie in this game, Nora the Explorer, part 2 of her journey linked in the description below, I suffered a laceration to the torso because of a zombie that was standing on the same tile that a sink was, a pedestal sink. So I looked into a bathroom, and the main part of the bathroom where normally any normal human would be standing, nobody. So I'd go proceed to the bedroom next to it, and of course there was a zombie in the bathroom standing on the same tile where the sink was, but it was the kind of sink that it was a pedestal sink, so they could walk right through it. So of course they could also spawn on top of it. A freak accident, but they were also, that was our introduction to zombies who don't make any noise. There are some of those zombies that just don't make any noise at all. And that's why I cannot be 100% sure that this building is completely empty until we do a complete room by room. Now, in this case, it looks like only the toilet is the water fixture in here that would could possibly have a zombie standing on it, that you wouldn't think they'd be able to stand on it because there's an object in the way. Everything else blocks movement. I already cleared this far corner. Ooh, hotties and antibiotics. Right near the good time. Okay, I'm gonna risk putting the music back on. We'll turn the volume back up to normal after we're done inside. Ha! More coffee. White knee pads. I'm not quite at a point where I want to start doing every single container sweep. No, there's other times we can do that. One of the biggest reasons we came to this place, if anybody wasn't here earlier, one of the biggest reasons we started coming in here was because it's right next to our base, and we couldn't fight outside because of the fog, but the fog is now gone. So maybe next time we have a nasty, nasty fog, we can come back here and hang out for a bit, do a little bit of looting. Now that the building is clear. This be the second floor. Hang on. No idea what I heard, but I know I heard something. It could have been a not zombie noise. There are some of those. There's a creaking sound that you can hear in pretty much any residential location. Clear. Okay, I know for sure I heard something in my right, but it was definitely at a distance. Definitely sounded like a female groan, idle groan, so it doesn't know I'm here. That would, to my right, would most likely be this unit. Oh, that was a sheep. That was a sheep. It definitely does have an ever so slight sound overlap with a groan, a zombie groan. Okay. In that case, I think we're clear. Last couple of units, and then this is the second floor. There's nothing on the first floor that we haven't already cleared. Clear. Entire building is clear of potential zombie hidey holes. And I left the truck on this side. Can finally demask. I'm sure she is done with this mask. I would be. I could barely wear a N95 for 30 or 40 minutes at a time. If my day job had required me to wear one, I would have just quit. I would have quit. I would have sold my everything and go live with my parents for a couple of years. Coda plates and choker, all the way down to the bottom. They go on passenger seats, and we're done here. Now we've only got about 2 hours of daylight left, and we're very hungry. I'm just gonna straight up eat one of those salads that I got in the fridge. And I suppose there's a little bit of probing I could do with the area. I'll finish that sentence in a moment here. Oh, there's the fatigue. I don't think that's going to stop us from shooting, but that's definitely meaning we're done with the heavy combat for the immediate moment. We will definitely go and do a quick run up and down. I'm thinking the road adjacent to Rudy Grading. That's what I'm thinking right now. What is it up to? About 120. Today is going to be a bit of a shorter stream. We've still got another day, maybe 2 days, but definitely not going to be one of those 8-hour stream days. We'll have plenty of attention here on Cartwheel Street. But I'm also thinking about looping back inwards. Anything up here, like in this little segment here that's not labeled. Anything up here, if I just, pincer those zombies, then I've got a big, wide open central area here that's completely clear. Give me a moment. I am going to step away briefly, IRL. I will pause the game in this case because I only have a little bit of daylight left and I don't want to waste it. So I'll be right back. Just a moment, folks. Just a second. Alrighty, sorry about that, folks. I am now back. The temperature is rising. My AC can no longer keep up with the heat wave outside. Had to put a couple of box fans on. My monitor cut out at one point when I turned that fan on, but it doesn't look like that interrupted the stream. Alrighty. Let's just take a road here from Baseball to Liberty. Oh yeah? Yeah, that is, it's definitely that time of the day and that time of the year. Also, if the heat continues to build up, that's going to be further contributing to my inability to stream for an extended period of time today. I think we're still on track. We're still on track for another day after today. But beyond that, that's when I'm going to start probably closing up shop. But we will see how things play out over the course of the next day here. Yeah. The thing with the aircon here is it is central, but it has to... The AC unit is on ground floor. I'm on an upper floor apartment complex. So it's got to have these boosters bring the cold air up from the ground floor. So already I'm fighting physics already from that point. And then there's on top of all that, it's the fact that I got these really high ceilings, really high voltage ceilings. It doesn't make for a very healthy combo. To be entirely honest, I'm surprised that for the first couple of years of me living here, my AC was actually able to keep up with summer heat for the most part. My little contraption just fell apart. Oh well. I had a little thing that was, it had a couple of frozen 2 liters above my fan. So up here at the top of the screen is the Louisville Expo Center. We should have cleared most of that building out, but as you can see, we got stragglers. Now, don't ask me why I keep doing double shots. A single click should not be getting me 2 bullets, but it's doing that. Again, I don't know what's causing that. I almost want to blame it on frame rate. We're getting a couple of frame drops. It's nothing severe, but because I didn't have any of that just now when I was inside. I don't think it's because of the fatigue. I don't think that happens. Now, it has never been clear to me exactly where the biggest pockets of zombies are inside the Expo Center. It's not consistent. The entire building is not just a place full of zombies 100% of the real estate. No. There are pockets, and I never actually figured out where those pockets might end up spawning. But what we're witnessing is part of a pocket. The other part of it should have been wiped out a while ago. Raven Creek, huh? I've heard good things about it. I am very curious to see what the update's going to bring. Just going to leave the double doors open on both sides. See, I'm sure there's more stragglers in here, but I'm not... I'd much rather just have them bring themselves outside. This is not a super active supply line like Rudy Grady, so giving them time to come outside onto this road is fine. I think I might be doing exactly the same, KT. I might be stealing that idea. Because a loot goblin run never made sense when the save could get broken within a month or two. But as soon as that word stable comes out, we got Knox Distillery here, but then right here is the barbecue joint with the propane tanks everywhere. Now we've got an entire step van full of nothing but perfect propane tanks. So we don't necessarily need to go in there and start desperately loading up propane. We'll come back with a full step van at some point and load it up for the sake of having it. Alright, 22:30, close enough to bedtime. We are out of here. I'll probably just go sleep and then continue this overnight. Just want to get rid of the fatigue, keep my bedtime good. I have considered, and I don't know if I'm going to do it, don't take any promises from this, I have considered possibly doing extinction mode, possibly. The thing that I'm going to be doing, and I hope nobody dislikes this because it is something that I consider to be a valid tactic for everybody, without streaming or playing any characters that I care about. I'm just going to make a few characters in extinction mode with debug mode on, and just fuck around and see exactly what kind of stupid situations I can accidentally get myself put into with sprinters as a 6% possibility. As I've espoused billions of times, I believe that sprinters are the only inherently unfair prospect of extinction mode. Everything else about extinction mode, with enough tedium, can be accounted for. And I have theories that even sprinters can, with enough tedium, be accounted for. But we're talking at that point about tedium such as making sure that you have office partitions, aka low fences, with you everywhere you go, and always deploying them before starting any fight of any size. There are levels of tedium we are prepared to accept. Oh, fuck that. Oh, man. That would be, oh, boy. Of all the ways to fuck with somebody in Project Zomboid, the sheer number of ways to fuck with them in extinction mode is triple. Louisville spawn. Ew. The notion of spawning in Louisville is just, brother, brother, That's all I can think of. I would have some things to say about spawning in Louisville. Most of them would belong on Memory TV. Very nice, very nice. Oop. I saw that silhouette. Anytime you see a Zed with a high-vis vest, there technically is a very small chance of duct tape or something like that spawning on them. In this case, it looks like nails. Jude Liddell. Wonder if he's related to that guy who sells the pillows. The only reason I could ever see spawning in Louisville would be to escape somehow. Make a escape from New York. Escape from New York scenario. Turbo TV to my right. Oh, this is, we're just going down the road to the Cozy Box now. Okay, that's fine. There are other things in this road that I would love to verify are secure. Yeah, honestly, I mean, okay, so southeast Louisville. Southeast Louisville, this density here. Now, if you get outside the town, possibly, there is a neighborhood down here-ish somewhere. I mean, hell, even where I got this map, Patriots to Edgewood down there, that I could see that. You could stabilize something there. Whether you would be in an okay place after stabilizing that area, I don't know. Open to interpretation. I'm going to go around the baseball field here. Okay, this big building here, whatever the hell it is, is that the school? I think that's the school. Yes, this is the school. Okay. A high school right next to a baseball field. That, I don't know. I don't know if I would want to go to high school there. Because on one hand, if I got free tickets or something like that, that'd be amazing. On the other hand, the batting practice. There's a very distinct sound when somebody's doing batting practice. Imagine hearing that all day. I'd prefer not to, personally. Well, let's just pull on up. Bro's about to pull up. See what's good. I ain't from this school. But I'm about to be. Hey, Zombie Charles, you're a pretty good guy. Don't show up to school on the 29th. Probably the gym right there. I'm focusing on anything that's got open doors before. Yeah, see, look at that. And right there, felony brandishing in a school zone. Doesn't matter that there's a school hasn't been in session for a couple of years. That's not the point. I actually don't know where that glass breakage was. It didn't sound like it was... No, that was not behind the stairwell there. You check from the outside in. There is nothing from the outside in. That means it was an upper floor window. Or no, these were already broken. Oh, I see her. She is a vagrant behind the fence. Sounds like somebody scratching to my left. Now, when I'm clear to loot, every single one of those student desks is a potential source of glue. Oh, we are out. We are completely out. I'm going to put the carbine into my backpack. Well, I got 4 shots left. But yeah, hitting R doesn't do anything anymore, so we're switching to handgun. Switch to your sidearm, it's faster than reloading. So there's still somebody making mouth noises right over here somewhere to the right center. Ah. More than one somebody. The second floor should have already spawned, technically, but there may have been a pocket that was outside of our sound radius when we were doing the bombing in the parking lot to the south-ish, southeast-ish of this current location. See, I'm aiming at the top of the stairs, trying to screen for any zombies, and for a second there I got a red crosshair, but it was just the stupid window. Somehow, a window behind the stairs can be targeted from through the stairs right now. Don't ask me how that works. Oh, hello. The game's music fixed itself, so we're back to the game's music now. Would you believe me if I told you that that previous encounter where we killed like dozens upon dozens of them, we never had enough to trigger combat music? So we never did. And now we're going to get to nab on my Altil Haya for a grand total of 20 seconds, and then we're back to no music because the game's music will die again. I saw somebody in here, so that room is not clear. I have literally no idea who's slapping what over here. Got another stairwell. This one is much closer to the entrance. Tried to do the thing, but I couldn't do the thing. What? Did he not? Okay. He did. He did not. Handsome rogue. Whatever is slapping, that sounded like downstairs. Yeah, definitely downstairs if it's not the bathroom hallway here. Nobody ambushing me from the right. See, when I poked him, I hit the door behind him, and that aggroed this guy. That's something that would have happened even if I was a stealth build, and I find that extremely funny. That was a Batman moment. Remember that scene in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice when he's fighting the dudes to save Martha? Why did you say that? He was fighting the dudes and he pinned that one dude to the wall with the knife. Imagining just stapling a guy to the wall behind him with a knife. Fucking beautiful. Can you come upstairs, please? Oh dear. We were aiming down and then we stopped and now we're stuck looking down. What is she looking for? What is she looking for, Chad? Who knows? She's very fascinated by these tiles. We can fix that if we just aim at a zombie and then stop aiming. It's about to be our second bedtime anyway. It doesn't even have to be a zombie, just aim at something that you can target. Like this window right here. All right, so we haven't exactly cleared the entire interior, but we did a pretty decent preliminary sweep, identified any remaining pockets, and removed with extreme prejudice. Speaking of extreme prejudice, y'all escaped the pile, did you? All right, Gomer, back into the pile. I would backstab him as much as I want, but then I'd have a corpse in the middle of my road. And I put a lot of effort into not having corpses in my roads, so. See, that's the thing right there, is your swing speed determines how many sprinters you can handle. And your swing speed is determined by your weapon, fitness, and skill. So if I was level 10 short blade and level 10 fitness, I would have theoretically the fastest attack speed you can have in the game. Now, every time you hit a zombie, there is a 1 second stun. I think that actually happens in player versus player combat too. I vividly remember people complaining about that, but yeah, the same melee stun. So it's a 1 second melee stun is what it is, and you can exploit that to handle multiple zombies at once. So if we're talking about sprinters and holding them off from killing you, super fast stabby stab with the knife is theoretically a more realistic option than any other melee weapon, other than which is what I would do is go for the push. If there was a incoming sprinter and I was not guaranteed to know that it was the only one, my initial opening gambit would probably be a push. But we're talking theoretics here. I've played this game for 3,600 hours. I have never once faced a sprinter because I've played the rest of this game enough to know that they are not a fair proposition. But they don't need to be fair, do they? They just need to kill you, and they're serving their purpose. I need more 45 ACP. I don't think we have any boxes left in SWAT, but we'll check. Well, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? That's the long and the short of it there. All right. So we should be able to at least get through today without any interruptions. Regrettably, the temperature in my apartment is not going down at all, so at some point the heat's going to start affecting me. I don't know about you guys, but I'm the kind of person who starts to get stupid in the heat. Like actually physically stupid. Like I feel my IQ dropping because of the heat. It just makes it harder to think. I don't know if that actually goes as far as affecting my reaction time. I don't know that for sure. But it feels like it does. And sometimes feels over reals are important when you're playing a game like this, where the lightest interruption to your flow can be a death sentence. It is, after all, Mistake Punishing Simulator 9001. We got good weather today. I'm happy about that. I'm probably going to go open a carton of 45 ACP. Yeah, so here's how we're going to play this. I'm just going to parse my ammo carriers real quick. Is anybody not at capacity? This one is not at capacity because it's my shotgun carrier, and shotgun does not fit properly. This one is even less at capacity, so we're opening this one first. Kentucky Herald it is. carton of ACP opened, 2 boxes for me. And then 5 boxes for the trunk. And then 5 boxes for the ammo carrier van, or the loose van. For what? And my 357 is otherwise good. Okay, we are set for a day of copious carnage. A cornucopia of copious carnage. How's about we go in the general this way direction and fill in that gap between the hospital and the baseball field? I could foresee there being some large buildings in that direction that we may or may not have touched yet. Now, if you guys hear the game coming through my speakers through the microphone, that starts to get unavoidable when I have the fans running in the background. So it is not just me who may suffer due to the heat. My countermeasures to the heat unnecessarily increase my volume a little bit. And anytime it's below 35 and below, it almost never comes through this the condenser mic here. Tell your favorite live streamer that if they feel like they have to wear headphones and they've never tried a condenser mic, tell them to try a condenser mic sometimes. You run it through a 20 decibel filter, and then just boost it on the DAC a little bit so that the incoming is cut. Now, the only thing that it's gonna do that, you know, some streamers aren't gonna like is I can't shout. I can't shout, like I literally can't shout. It'll cut out. You won't be able to hear me. When the levels get loud enough, you just can't hear me anymore. And I'm actually okay with that because I want to not be that guy, but some streamers might, so in that case. It doesn't affect my overall range, though. My overall range is pretty good. All that yapping, I still don't exactly consider myself an audiophile. See, I feel like there's a threshold you've got to meet when it comes to being an audiophile, and that's going to include bitrate. It's going to include bitrate. I don't actually care much about bitrate. I mean, I'd prefer a higher bitrate if I have the option, right? I'd prefer a lossless format if I have the option. But I don't actually care that much if I don't have the option. An actual proper person who calls himself an audiophile is going to be, if you tell them you can't have a high bitrate, they will probably recoil in disgust. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because, I mean, you know, again, I'm a big fan of higher quality things in general. This is the baseball field here. We should have wiped this place out a long time ago. I actually don't know where some of these guys are coming from. They must have migrated a little bit. Oh, hang on. I saw that. There is a dude in this window. Hello, dude. Gotcha. Sometimes they forget how to jump out windows. And, oh, look at that. Look at that. These guys remembered. Okay, I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. There are some people on the upper floors of Turbo, in addition to probably elsewhere. This is making me want to reposition my truck. Bump back a little bit so I don't have to worry about not hitting it. You can only stream in 720p. I am very sorry for your loss. Now, streaming, if you don't have a very good computer that can both stream and play at the same time, but let's just say that you have like 2 computers that are kind of thoroughly mediocre, a capture card is not that expensive. I recently picked one up myself. I was pleasantly surprised that it was not very expensive. I am in a cost-saving mode myself. So I picked up a capture card. That's actually how I got this. This over-the-shoulder camera right here is actually a very old Sony HDR FX7 that doesn't even have an output, like could never do USB. And it can do FireWire, but it can't do 1080p over FireWire. FireWire literally does not have enough data transmission rate for it to do 1080p. And so what I actually ended up doing is it does have an HDMI out, so you can plug it into a TV. Instead of plugging it into a TV, I plugged it into a capture card. I regret not thinking about that decades ago, because capture cards have been around just that long. But if I was in a situation where I could play the game, but I couldn't stream it, but I had another computer that could handle the streaming part, while the main computer handled the playing part, you can connect the graph there with a pass-through capture card is what you're looking for. Pass-through so that it captures the video, but then it passes it through to whatever your monitor is. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much. A slot underneath another slot. It kills me. I have not actually looked into risers, but I need a riser for my PC. My PC has got it's got 3 PCIe slots. They're all 16. They're all 16x. It's a chunky boy, but one of them is permanently covered by these fat fucking 4090s. Fat, ridiculous, overweight, beautiful pieces of technology. But I'll never be able to use that slot without doing something about the fact that it's covered. Yeah, see, we have been in and around this place already excessively. So everybody we're seeing right now is actually probably somebody from the upper floor who migrated around and distributed all over the place. See, I don't know if you guys see the blood stains on the ground. This was a rather hefty pipe bombing spot right here on this street light, where we killed several thousand coming out of here. But then we spawned in the 3rd floor. I wasn't actually going to target the fossil field today, but I mean, if it's going to spill out Zeds, then sure. The target was kind of more Broadway to Lincoln here. Just this little chunk of residential, and then whatever this is on Broadway. Yeah, I think I'm looking at about 12 myself. If I just bought a functional equivalent of what I currently have, but using the latest Ryzen CPU and the latest NVIDIA GPU, so 2 5090s and a 9950 X3D, it would be about 12 grand. All the other parts of the PC would be functionally equivalent to what I have right now, which is why I never wanted to do an upgrade to the current generation in the first place. You never could have paid me to believe that it would be the last generation. But that's kind of what it's shaping up to be. We're not going to have a 60 series, by the way. Anybody who thinks we're going to have a 60 series of NVIDIA cards, I am now almost 100% sure that we're not going to. NVIDIA is going to exit the anything but data center market. And that's going to be that. That is going to be that. They have no financial incentive anymore whatsoever to make gaming cards for normal people. Especially now that cloud gaming. You never could have paid me to assume that it would be a bad thing back in 2017 when I was playing The Division 2 from my work computer, literally by streaming the video from my PC at home to my work computer over the corporate network. That was a different time. We can't do that anymore. Oh, real. I actually thought you were saying real as in, like, real shit. You're saying real as in the Brazilian real. I forget what the ratio is to US dollars. I think I had about 40 milliseconds of input lag. The video lag was actually pretty solid, but there was a little bit of dissonance there. Because, I mean, I was literally just streaming it from a data center down the road from where I live over a fiber optic internet connection to my own network here. So I very, very, very little actual latency, but then there's the video aspect of it. I don't think anybody who's cloud gaming would be able to realistically expect that kind of latency, because most of us don't live right next door to the data center where it would be streaming from. It's usually going to be one of the other ones. Five to one. Oof. That's an oofers. So this is one of the few pockets of residential that is not firmly in the southeast, but this is just sort of the place. We've been driving around this place for a long time now, but we've never actually gone into it. So some of these Zeds are fresh spawns. I'm going to try to nail the ones that are slapping the upper windows. Because once they break the upper windows, they don't know how to jump out them, and they actually become more annoying to deal with. Because they get stuck in rooms and shit. Honestly, I feel like GPUs by themselves are not necessarily going to be the problem for going forward. I think GPUs being the problem, the most expensive thing, I think that's temporary compared to memory and, well, flash, really, at the end of the day. It's all flash. Solid-state hard drives, RAM, DRAM, VRAM, HBM, it's all, at the end of the day, it's going to be coming from a really, really tiny Samsung process. Did you hear that guy screaming? That was the guy. That was the sound of somebody who heard Samsung. That window that just broke was beyond the left side of the screen. We may have an unknown number of them coming through the apartment complex in the top center here. Or townhouse, whatever the fuck. You'd think I'd know the difference. I literally grew up around them. Not in them, but around them. Some to the right as well, it seems. Gonna have to stay here then. Okay, never mind. Did I run out already? Yep. So, 2 more boxes of 45 ACP coming right up. I wonder, can I get this guy? I can, okay. As long as the window is clear. These particular units are close enough to the front door that somebody who's slapping the door, I can nail them through the window from an angle. It's great. Kaboom, Rico. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money right there. I don't think I would do Asus ROG as my choice of brand. I would definitely, if I was picking up, whatchamacallit, any GPU I pick up would probably have to be... No, okay, I say that. I have an MSI as my secondary. I got that on a bit of a discount. It was actually an open box item. Took a bit of a risk on it, and it paid off. It has paid for itself many times over in my usage of it. The, whatchamacallit, if I was going to buy a new unit, it would be Gigabyte, probably nothing else. And that's just really, I've got a lot of brand trust for them. They've never let me down, and most of my most of my computing components are either EVGA or Gigabyte, and EVGA is basically gone. I'm still sad about that. I miss EVGA. Some of my first motherboards were EVGA, the NVIDIA SLI ones, 780i, 680i. Those are beautiful things. My SLI bridged 6800 GTs. I still have those, but the heat sinks broke and the fans on them broke, so I took the heat sinks off. I was going to, for the sake of the lulls, I was actually going to make a liquid cooling loop for them, custom one. Because I need to, I want to get into liquid cooling, but I also don't want to make any of my current primary computers rely on it. Liquid cooling is the luxury of people who can afford an accident. I am not one of them. But for things that are much older that have only sentimental value, I actually have an Xbox 360 that had the red ring of death, which is caused by coolant problems, that I was going to make a custom loop for. A320B 450s. Motherboards? Oh, okay, here we are. I know where this place is. I actually was under the impression we had not yet spawned in this building to the bottom of the screen here, bottom right. If that's true, and getting closer to it will result in a bunch of zombies popping into existence, we may need to stop shooting and start getting a bomb ready. But I actually have no idea if this building has been spawned in yet or not. I don't think we've gotten close enough, but I don't know. I don't know if just getting close enough to see the interior is actually enough to get the zombies to pop into existence. I feel like I've seen evidence to the contrary, but not coming to my mind at the moment. Yeah, not a single window broken to the south yet. Or southeast-ish, whatever. Everybody's, for the most part, coming around. Door breakage to my top right. Probably 2 or 3. Steel door. If you can see inside, they should have. I agree. I just my brain meat was telling me maybe that's not correct. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. We've cleared the outdoor foot. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! They just popped into existence. Watch what happens when I go around this side now. We saw that this lobby was empty at first, but now we look at this lobby. Look at that! It ain't empty no more, boys. What's up, losers? Grove Street OGs coming through to do some damage. We're gonna need to scout out a pipe bomb. I do not feel like taking all those guys with a trapper carbine on limited ammo supplies here. Well, look who's wrong. There's a grace period where it's like we were here, we were not outside of the road yet, and it was not until we were like 4 tiles away that we actually got them to spawn in. So here's the funny thing about that building. There's a second one exactly like it. We got the twin towers here. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? A couple thousand Zeds who didn't exist now suddenly exist. Set phasers to kill. Oops. Did not see her. We're actually not far from the hospital at all. So I'm going to use that in my factors here. It's going to be a bit of an impromptu pipe bombing. The perfect spot would really have been this parking lot between the buildings. If I had known for sure that I had not spawned in either of these, I would have probably been a lot more better suited prepping a spot here. Because we've got well over 1,000 most likely coming at us based on that density. 2 floors of all that real estate, yeah. Well over 1,000. Just going to kind of orbit the joint and try to get as many of them to drop down out of the top floors as I can. This parking lot might be one of our best prospects. Only a couple of bushes. Now, I haven't placed the bomb yet, but that's actually okay. Oh, we've got our fast shamblers coming at us, and we can easily loop them back. No, it's not going to delete them. What happens is if there's too many zombies on screen, it just stops rendering them after about 500. You stop getting zombies rendered with like full textures and everything, and you start getting what we call them shadow zombies, which are just zombies that render as just a black skin with no texture, and like a very simple animation, like a 1 frame rate animation. It's really simple, and I don't know if that just means they stop showing up completely after that, but that's really where it stops. Shadow zombies will at least help you keep track of where they're at beyond that. So now we'll get the bomb placed. I want to try to move that car if I can. Bomb coming out, remote controller coming out, bomb linked to remote controller. We are using the corner of this curb as our point of reference. And I could not move that Chevalier, fuck that thing, the station wagon. I couldn't move that. I would have preferred to move that. Because otherwise I'm going to have a lot of trouble getting circles here. Shit. Oh, shit, we're taking damage. Yep, we're taking chunk damage from that. I underestimated how many will have spread to the other side there. I could push that car out of the way. In fact, I'm actually... Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. So here's what I'm going to do with these fast shamblers. We're going to ditch them briefly and right back inside the building they spilled out of here. The game crashes at 2,500, really. I did not know that that was a hard limit. Sadly, it does make sense. Now, the great thing about these buildings, we can bring them straight on in by shoving ourselves straight on in. All right, I'm going to do something I normally would not want to do. I need that car out of the way. I am just going to push it out of the way. I don't feel like putting myself at risk by getting out. And I'll have to do this in shifts. If anybody doesn't understand why I'm doing this, it will become clear shortly after I start corralling the group of zombies into a circle around where we place the bomb. That is the next step. I don't think... I can't loop back without taking a lot of damage. We're just going to go around this building. I think we've spawned this building in. I actually can't remember. Meepity meep. It's called honking. We do a little honking. Little honky dunk. I just want to clear a path that I can... I'm probably going to orbit the building again. Yeah, let's just orbit this building. It's fine. It's a small enough building. We can get away with it. I really hate resorting to this, but it works. I don't know why some zombies got stuck on it, but you know what? Okay, that's it. That's it. We're not going to try to move it anymore. We've got the beginnings of a group here. Yeah, this is how we kill zombies in quantities when they come at us in the thousands. Yeah, this is how we handle it. We don't get out and fight them. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's messy. It blows away a lot of ammo. See how a lot of the ones directly in front of us are slow shamblers. The fast ones are catching back up after us glitching them a little bit. Alright, so the bomb is placed on this tile, top corner of that median, and the blast radius is 7 tiles away from that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Basically whatever is in the road going around it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, basically anything in the road. As soon as we get to the other side of the median, it is no longer kill zone. So what we're doing now is we're looping back the fast ones, so the fast ones stay busy while the slow ones get into position. This is going to be messy. I don't know if I should do this. No, I should not do this. We're backing up. I'll sooner go around top of this group than I will under it at this rate. I know a lot of people are fans of using vehicles themselves as weapons. I'm a level 10 mechanic, but my vehicles would not last very long if I did that. Nobody's would. I actually care about my vehicles, so I don't do that. If I didn't care about my vehicles, then I wouldn't bother repairing them. And if I didn't repair them, they wouldn't be very reliable. And that's how I would die, is having an engine breakdown in the middle of a horde. Well, look at that, we were able to go under. Alright, let me count a couple more tiles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So right at the bottom of the parking spots. So I do have just barely enough room here to maneuver on the exterior of where the blob should be. Like just barely right here. Okay, fair enough. I'm here for it. Just keeping them from bothering me while I wait for the others. We don't have any shadow zombies yet, so we're not quite up to 500. Now, everybody who is not familiar with remote bombing, be advised that you really can't tell how many you've blown up without looking for indicators like the shadow zombies, because our kill count doesn't go up when we use remote explosives. We are at 37,565. As long as we don't get out and use a different weapon, we'll still be there after we blow the pipe bomb, regardless of how many we kill. It's regrettable, but that's how it works. Now this is gonna be a challenge. Oh shit! Fuck that tree. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. We're all right. We're all right. It's mostly just bad because I didn't want to take more damage than I had to. My hood is not yet mushed, so we're still above 50% on the hood. But you see what we're doing here. We're going back and forth and getting this group to condense. This is not an ideal spot for a pipe bombing, so we're not going to get an ideal ratio. It's fine. We'll do all right. Have a bite to eat. Now this is what we want to see. We want to see a group that is blob-shaped to the point where I can drive circles around them. We're not quite there yet, but when we hit that threshold, I call it critical mass, we're definitely getting there, but we're still having people file in and join the group from the left-hand side there. And now you see why I wanted this car out of the way. It's mostly out of the way. We've got room to maneuver past it, but I operate much better with more room. Now, when you're circling a group of zombies and you're trying to get them to condense themselves into a tighter group so that you can blow more up at once, you don't want to be going very fast at all. 10 miles an hour is enough for some of them to just kind of filter their way out of the group. But otherwise, we're getting real close here. Adjusting my UI, getting my finger on the trigger here. When I'm on the other side of the median here. Left, use the car. Left, use the car. It's fine. We got this. And... oh, shit, I misread it. Okay, well, I misread it. I absolutely misread it. I overestimated how far to the right. This is why I much prefer to have a street light to place the bomb on. Because a street light, I can see it, I can see it regardless of how many zombies there are. We can handle this group with hand weapons. We have taken out, like I said, that was less than 80%. That was probably 70. That was probably 70% at best. Maybe below that. Whatever. It was more than 20, and it cost 20 bullets to make a bomb, so we succeeded. Shotgun onto the back. Opening a couple of boxes of shells here. Remote controller into the backpack, trapper carbine into the backpack. We don't have a lot of ammo for it left. We now have a shotgun. So for all those homies who didn't make it into the pile, y'all make it into the pile with this one. Jammed. Gotta love jams, don't you? The radar, sir. It appears to be jammed. That's why they exist. Jams right back in the game to get you killed. Oh no, my gun is jammed. Now I can't do anything. I'm gonna die. You know, you can actually do that. You can actually have separate bombs on separate detonators. Absolute skill issue if you need it. I would assert. I would very strongly assert. I would assert like my dominance with a T-pose. But 7 and then M9 for cleanup here. Yep, and this is what we want to avoid. This building should have been stilled by now, but sometimes it's not. And the next thing you know, my entire flow is disrupted. Okay, wrong button. Wrong fucking button. I accidentally hit the wrong button, and instead of getting in the vehicle, I hit R, because I'm a fucking idiot. Happens to the best of us. That just means I've lost access to the truck for the moment. Get a shell count here. 45. .50 with the 357, and still another reload for the 9mm plus what's in it. I give up on keeping this road clear of corpses. I would not have given up if I had not lost access to the truck. But I will no longer sacrifice multi-hits with the shotgun just because they're in the road. That's what I like to see. Cluster together for me. Alright, we've got to be getting low on 357. I'm going to thin this group out. And now we're going to melee them. Because we need to be focused on not blowing every shot we have. I am unironically going to take the hatchet out of this guy. Maybe. Hang on. Hatchets are not as good as axes, even though I'm level 10. It never be said that slow shamblers are not a threat, because they are. You can make fun of them and call them slowies until they get their arms around you, and then they're just zombies. That's all they need to be. I just didn't feel like stopping to worry about my sword sharpen. Did I drop it, or am I still inventory? That was probably the majority of the group. This poor bastard, she's been so patient. Let's nail her from an angle here. There we go. You actually can't shoot directly through those doors, I don't think. Now, with this time, thankfully, I did not leave the siren on, just the engine. So there's only this one lady here who heard my engine and enjoyed it. I would give myself a 6 out of 10 for all that nonsense. It was very improvised. I definitely could have planned it better. And the detonation, despite the fact that we didn't have a lot of room, I could have pulled that off if I had been a little more patient. I was impatient. And that's one of the reasons things got messy. But that, I think, is going to be a wrap on those two buildings. I mean, there's not as much real estate for them to hide, thanks to all these glass windows. And I do love myself a good building that I can literally just drive through. Anytime you see double doors. And also, you have to inference that there is a walkway. That was actually our hood, now officially crumpled. So I might actually steal a hood. Yeah, I'm going to steal a hood from somebody. George, lose the hood! Lose the hood! Yeah, I know, we're in the hood. We don't deserve Scary Movie. I'm willing to bet the windshield could use a new... Yeah, why not? Trunk is still at 84. I'm actually happy. I am happy. Oh yeah, that alarm clock we're hearing, it could be on any of the floors on either of these two buildings. I mean, it's obviously this one to the top, but still. Now, don't ask me why I'm going to put this hood back on here, and it's going to suddenly be a perfect replica of the fire department hood, fire written on it and everything. I'm not going to question it. I enjoy the paint job. All right, so all the hood damage is undone. I think we actually didn't lose enough storage space in the trunk that I can't put my shotgun away. It's still at 120 something. If we take a lot of hits from zombies, that's what happens. We gotta. But no, we're looking all right. Nine mil is good to go on my belt. New magazine as a backup. How's about another box of 45 and another box of 357. My ammo is now replenished across the board. I am happy soul. Carbine. Out of the backpack, back onto the back. Paint is hologram. Hey, you know what? D&D dorks, you're 100% correct, because as long as you survive, who cares, right? Performance is one thing, survival is the most important. See, look at that, she doesn't know how to jump. I do love this. I can actually aim at an upper floor target now. You can do that with the B41 versions. We didn't spend as much time next to this building, so sadly it does make sense that some people would not have made it out of the building like they should have. I'm hoping that some is a correct word, because this looks like a little bit more than some. Yeah, this is a lot of bit more than some. Okay, we're not killing that with the carbine. Well, I kept the truck running. You know, we were driving in circles around this building. I guess we just weren't driving in circles hard enough. I'm not setting up another improvised pipe bomb. I would sooner just fall back. I don't think we need to. I think this is just a pocket who didn't get the memo. I don't think this is nothing close to a full group. We had a double jam there. Just gonna open another box of that there 45 ACP. Pissing it away a lot faster than I expected. Oh yeah, I'll just top it up and be gone. No. I'll top it up and then immediately empty it. One of them just turned around and walked away. Real mood. You see all your homies just pop, pop, and drop. Yeah, I'd walk away too. I'm going to reorient the truck here. Looks like most of them are coming from the screen bottom now. That was nuts. Okay. Any sort of feedback for jamming would be welcome. Very welcome. All I can really do is hear the jam sound, or hear a sound, and just have to play, am I empty or am I jammed? And go entirely by intuition. Wouldn't be as big of a problem if I was better at counting magazines. I am terrible at counting magazines. Way too many years of Halo and Call of Duty where you just hit the R button and bullets magically appear in the fucking magazine. Way too many years of that. I will never be able to count magazines properly because of all of my fucking years playing those games. Just too much muscle memory I'm fighting an uphill battle against. Oh, you're not dead. It might be a carbine, but it's still a pistol at the heart of everything here. Oh, hello. Okay, then. Hello! Fucking couldn't hear him for a second there. I don't know why those guys in that little group there just didn't... You would think they didn't hear my gunshot. This gun is actually really quiet. It's kind of not really hitting me sometimes that this gun is a lot quieter than I expect it to be. The Trapper Carbine. Okay, if you don't want to die then. Affix bayonet! Almost bedtime, but we're not quite there yet. I feel like we're just on the cusp of having this building be as clear as the other one. That was productive. That was quite productive. Well, that is correct, Dark Antimatter. But we've had one yes. What about second jam? No, that doesn't happen very often at all. That is extremely unlikely, but it does happen. I mean, it's just basically a flowchart. If you, if you hit R, the amount of time it takes to reload a magazine-fed weapon makes a jam particularly more annoying. The only real correct answer at the end of the day is to just know how many bullets are in the, if you know how many bullets in the magazine, it's not a problem. Because then you know when it should be possible to jam, and when, there should be no competing sound effect, because if you know how many bullets are in the magazine, then you're not running out and still trying to shoot, like I sometimes do. By hand weapons. Yeah, well, so sometimes when you reload, there won't be a round in the chamber, and so reloading will automatically rack it. But if there is a round in the chamber that happens to be jammed, you will not automatically rack it. So that creates a really annoying dissonance where we expect a racking under certain circumstances, but not others. All for the sake of, oh no, I'm jammed. Oh no, now the zombie's gonna eat me. I hope it's, maybe it's not intentional. I don't believe that anymore. Hanlon's razor is blunt, broken, and yeah, it broke a long time ago. Be very careful if you're going to shoot a carbine while driving, because your foot will get stuck on the pedal. This road is supposed to be clear. This is Rudy Grady right here. There should be no zombies whatsoever on this road. So seeing a single one, even though I'm late for bed now, no, we eliminate. We're also getting frame rate drops too. Getting close to that time where if we were going to continue playing, we would want to close and reopen. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna let the weather contribute to my my decision here. So we'll go through the night here, and tomorrow morning I will make a judgment call whether we go another day or whether we peace out for now. I do have a couple of errands I got to run this afternoon that I would prefer to get out of the way before the evening rush when everybody's off work. Even though I don't even have to compete with road traffic anymore, I've got my scooter fixed. I can quite literally avoid traffic very easily now. Two bombs left for next bombing activities. Hopefully the next ones come a little bit better planned. Yeah, honestly, just being able to tell how much bullet is in your magazine, I would accept if that was like gated behind a higher level. Like I would be 100% okay with that. I know people would probably still have mods or sandbox settings to just enable it by default, but if you wanted like a compromise, I feel like that would be a very healthy compromise right there, because you still get your realism of, you know, nobody just immediately knows how much is in there. But if you're, you know, you can justify it by the fact that you are somebody who really knows your stuff, or your character is rather. And if your character knows your stuff, there's precedence all over the rest of the game for your character knowing stuff, meaning you know more stuff. The whole agriculture system is based on that. So, yeah, there's absolutely strong precedent for that, and I do believe it belongs in this game. I'm going to give our character a very clean start next time. We'll do a load of laundry. If for no other reason than the fact that it's very easy to do so now. Got ourselves a laundry machine and plenty of warm clothes to wear in the meantime. Oh, we're not that dirty at all. We aren't even slightly dirty. It's really just the armor. I wish there was a wash all armor button, because the gloves, the scarf, and the elbow pads, and the knee pads, and the helmets. That's literally it. Everything else is really clean by comparison. It would feel like a waste of water if I washed that. Okay, speaking of things that get really boring, my meal prep is done. I have gone through all of my salads that I had prepped, so I need to do meal prep now. That is a lot of tedium that I'm not necessarily feeling in the mood for right now, but it is also a pretty good warm-up activity. So that does feel like a good thing to do next stream. For anybody new to the channel, my streaming schedule generally is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. To the point where I do actually mention it in the description, but I'm not always 100% adherent to that. I try. I genuinely try. But yeah, most likely I will not stream tomorrow, but I will be here Friday and then for the weekend. So we'll burn through the next couple of hours here with a little bit of electrical work and probably transference of some more bullets into the trunk of the truck. Yeah. What do we need more of? We really need more ACP. Yeah, I'm going to open another box of it now. And then out of the ammo van, just the rest of it. Oh, hey, Bloody. Congratulations. Hopefully hopefully it serves you well. 5070 Ti is, it'll get the job done. It'll get the job done. Whenever I think of graphics cards, my brain immediately goes for VRAM. Of course, any 70 series is always going to be pretty low by comparison. So I suppose don't ever expect to do any AI hobby stuff to any meaningful extent. You can probably run a couple of like 8B models or something like that. Maybe even like a GGUF or something like that, but nothing at a reasonable speed. But if you're just doing gaming, a 70 series will serve you well for the vast majority of titles that are not unoptimized AAA slop. Of course, Unreal Engine slop that has been unoptimized. Not even my rig can handle it, so make of that what you will. One more hour to burn, and I think we're about cleared on prep for next time. We've got all of our bullets that we're actively using in good quantity. Let me go ahead and just weld another fix up into the trunk here. My front doors have actually taken a bit of damage. Front right is actually down to 65. That is surprising. That's just from nudging zombies out of the way. I prefer to use the sides of the vehicle wherever possible as opposed to the front, and that has resulted in my doors taking notable damage. My right side door is actually not far from showing damage. So what I'm going to do is, I don't like using full steel sheets for doors or hoods, so we've got an entire collection of small steel sheets in one of these bad boys. This one. So we're going to take 4 small steel sheets and do 2 sheets in each door. Oh, hey, Katie, how's it going? Yeah, we had a bit of an odd one. If you were to scrub back in time approximately 20 minutes, perhaps, that would be the encounter we just did. We underestimated whether we had spawned in a building or not, and then we had to do a improvised pipe bombing. We had success, but it was very messy. Not my worst, but very far from my best. These bring the doors back up to about 90. Now, this will be the last time I repair these doors because that's the second time they've been fixed. So we won't be doing that again. We'll just replace them. It is almost always faster to just replace them. But overall, for the combat truck, is up to 86. Beautiful. Alright, so I'm not going to subject everybody to the tedium of meal prep. That would otherwise be what I start doing tomorrow morning. I'm just going to do that next stream as a warm-up. So for meal prep, we're just going to take some stuff out of the freezer, and then when we wake up tomorrow, it will be done thawing. We're going to do 2, 4, 6. I like to do 8 kale out of the freezer for that. And then we'll get a slab of rabbit meat out, and we will cook that and use eggs, rabbit meat, and kale for some salads. That's what I've been doing, and it's working great for me. All right, 20 minutes early, but we're good for the bedtime here. Nice and clean for a good start next time. Usual YouTuber stuff. Like and subscribe if you want to help my channel grow. I don't usually beg for likes or subscribes because my income doesn't depend on it, and it never will. I do this for fun. I'm not one of those YouTubers who needs the ad revenue. At best, the ad revenue will, if I ever get monetized, it'll go towards specific expenses. It'll never be something I rely on. I've seen way too many people suffer for relying on ad revenue. I don't want to be that guy. So we catch some screenshots of our base, and we are out of here. I probably will back up my save. It has been quite a bit since I have. I don't back it up quite as often anymore because I don't need to. The game hasn't crashed and broken a save for a long time, but this is good for everybody to know how to do it. You go to your C users username Zomboid folder, go to saves, in my case Apocalypse, sorted by day modified. Here's the most recent one. Control C, we copy that whole folder. I like to number my backups, so I go up to my backups folder here to the same name as the save here. That was the wrong one. 4216, here we go. And then we're going to create a new folder with this. Today is 62, part 62, I believe. Let me check the description. Part 63, actually. Yeah, it has been a couple parts since I've backed it up. Control V, paste that whole folder. And this is going to take a while. It's like a gigabyte and a half across 528,000 files. All right, folks, I am out of here. I hope you all have a great afternoon, and I will catch you guys on Friday. Peace out, and have a good one.